What's that? That's look at how much the thing works. Good morning, everyone. It's welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting. It's Tuesday, August 22nd, 2023 at 9:01 a.m. If you could all please join me for a moment of silent reflection, or silent prayer. Okay, thank you. And we have our Pledge of Allegiance. If we could have our former supervisor, Doug Woolhoit, come up front and lead us in the pledge, sir. Thank you, sir. Right, our clerk of the board, can you please do a roll call?
Supervisor Canepa?
Here.
Supervisor Villapudua? Supervisor Patty?
Present.
Supervisor Ding?
Here.
And Chairman Rickman?
Here. All right, thank you. All right, we'll move on to recognitions and presentations. And I'm going to turn this over to our clerk of the board.
Thank you, Chairman. Our first recognition is of our San Joaquin County Treasurer Tax Collector, Fonse Calcom, as the 2023-2024 President of the California Association of County Treasurers and Tax Collectors. And we have a gavel presentation by the immediate past President, Orange County Treasurer Tax Collector, Sherry L. Friedenrich. And I would like to invite Treasurer Tax Collector Calcom and Friedenrich to the podium for this presentation as the chairman joins you on the floor.
Good morning, Honorable Chairman Rickman and honorable members of the Board of Supervisors. My name, as mentioned, is Sherry Friedenrich. I'm the immediate past president of the California Association of County Treasurers and Tax Collectors, and also the elected treasurer for the County of Orange since 2010. We want to thank you today for allowing the association to come to present an award to your elected treasurer here. Treasurer tax collectors play a unique and very important role in government agencies, especially in county operations. TAC provides an opportunity for treasurer tax collectors to share both best practices and receive valuable education, of which state law does require we receive 48 hours every 4 years. Treasurer tax collectors are fiduciaries of public funds and are key to the fiscal health of the county. In Orange County, 95% of the property tax collections are going for discretionary expenditures. So they represent a significant part. And I understand here over 86% of the taxes that Honorable CalCom collects also go for your discretionary expenditures. So very important. Treasurer tax collectors also provide for liquidity of funds and provide timely deposit of funds as the banker for both the school districts and the county. The economics of scale by investing for both of these agencies help support and lower fees for both government agencies. The TTCs ensures that cash is available when needed to meet approved budgeted expenditures by the board, which include paying vendors, making payroll, county health services, social services, and other county services that are required. Treasurer tax collectors, just like the governing board, work for citizens and taxpayers and focus on the taxpayers by streamlining operations and protecting public funds while implementing efficiency and technology. During the recent challenge of the banking industry, treasurers maintained and protected those public funds and did not have any run on the banks as the banks did. Our job is to be a fiduciary of funds and make sure that you can do your job and allow us to keep the funds safe. The president of CACTAC is the chief executive officer in the association for all 58 counties. As president, Honorable Fongse CalCom will supervise, direct, and control the business affairs of CACTAC. It is a significant honor to be elected by your peers to lead in this position. Honorable Fongse CalCom, as president, will represent the association all around California and will also be representing the county of San Joaquin. He will learn and be exposed to best practices in other counties in various events that he will attend, and he will probably come back and implement many of those or work with you to implement those around the county to continue to streamline operations. So I'm honored today to be able to present the President's gavel for a plaque to Honorable Fongse CalCom. I know that he will faithfully and to the best of his ability represent CACTAC and San Joaquin County during this next year. If we could. Fongse. It's all here. All right, Honorable Fongse CalCom, on behalf of the California Association of Treasurer Tax Collectors, I present you this plaque to lead our association this next year with the support of your Board of Supervisors and all CACTAC members. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Sherry. Thank you.
Fonse be able to say a few words. Yes. And then, so please, if you want to stand up here for us. Okay. And Fonse.
Thank you, Chairman Rickman, members of the board, for giving me this opportunity to say a few words. I'm incredibly honored and humbled to be elected by my peers as president for the California Association of Treasurer Tax Collectors. It's been 51 years since a treasurer tax collector from San Joaquin County was president of our association. It's a big responsibility, but I'm ready to accept the challenge. At this time, I'd like to thank some very important people. I'd like to thank Sherry Friedenrich, treasurer tax collector of Orange County, for weathering the storm and coming all the way up here to present me with the gavel. I really do appreciate it. Her leadership in our organization pretty much set the framework on how we communicate and network and collaborate with one another. I'd also like to thank all the treasurer tax collectors in our association for their vote of confidence and their ability to share, their willingness to share information throughout with the other counties. I'd also like to thank former treasurer tax collector Shabir Khan. He was such a great mentor to me. And again, I think he's one who allowed me to be his assistant and allowed me to fulfill this role. And of course, lastly, I'd like to recognize my team downstairs. I have a great set of public servants. They're also really great individuals, and none of this could be possible without them. So with that being said, thank you, Chairman, and everyone who came out here. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Before you guys take off, I'm going to hear from our boards. I'm going to start off with our vice chair.
Well, thank you, Chairman. Well, Fonzie, I want to say congratulations. It's a big honor, and I know you're going to make San Joaquin County proud. You've done a great job for our county, so I know that your staff's proud of you. We're all proud of you. Shabir, you made him very proud, so congratulations, and do your thing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Villaputa. Supervisor Canepa.
Fonse's a rock star. You know, he's very humble. He does his work. He's a family man. He's at events in the community. He's what you want. I mean, the tax collector is not the sexiest thing in the world, but he does a great job, and I mean, in the community. And so, thank you for honoring him. Obviously, and I know he'll do a good job because he's just very dedicated, not only to our community but to his family. So, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Supervisor Patty. All right, thank you. Supervisor Patty.
Actually, I prepared a 20-minute speech for the significance of taxpayers and the tax collector. And oftentimes, who celebrates the tax man, right? It's a necessity that we have in our community, and we're thankful for it. And again, your predecessor, Mr. Khan, and yourself do a great job, and it's a testament to how efficient and effective our county is running, thanks to your office and the diligence and even thinking what's progressive, what's ahead, incorporating new things, new technologies, making it more efficient and effective. Also on a personal note, though, I know having recently lost your mother and learning her story and seeing the videos and the slides and the pride she had in you and the journey that your family had, for you to stand there and be in the position you are is a testament to her strength and the journey that your family's gone through. And we celebrate you, this accomplishment, and we're looking forward to all the next steps and phases you bring to the association and our county. We truly respect and appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Supervisor Ding.
I want to congratulate you. I've had the pleasure of serving with you currently on the retirement board. I never thought I'd see a group of politicians run down to get their picture taken with the tax collector. Congratulations. Very well deserved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding. And Sherry, thank you very much for, flying up here from Orange County to bestow this, honor. And it is a great honor. I guess, I don't know what protocol is. We have to call you like Mr. President.
No.
I can't wait till you walk in with your top hat and a monocle. You'll be fed. But hey, great job. I mean, just like what every member of our board, we all have, hold you in high regard. As with Supervisor Ding, I did sit with you also on the retirement board. So I did get to see firsthand how much knowledge you have about the retirement system, taxes, and so on. So again, congratulations on a job well done. And we look forward to continue working with you and see what you can do as president.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right, we're going to turn it back over to Clerk of the Board.
Thank you. Our next recognition is of the Stockton Shelter for the Homeless that was requested by Supervisor Paul Canepa of the 2nd Supervisorial District. And I would like to invite Mr. Canepa down to the floor to read the recognition. I would like to invite the following members to the dais to receive it. Mary Aguirre, Emily Ballas, Darlene Canepa, Jennifer Held, Jerry Ruiz, Naja Steger, Tony Taboda, and Joanne Wilhoit. Also, the following members were not able to attend today, but Supervisor Canepa also wanted to recognize Terry Cope, Mick Davis, Angel Jimenez, Charles Keene Jr., Barbara Cronland, Mike Cronland, Robert Leonard, George Lorente, Radhika R. Rao, and Carol Zeider. I apologize. Supervisor Canepa?
Well, thank you very much. Thank you all for coming. Today we're here to celebrate the unsung heroes of the Stockton Homeless Shelter. The many years of dedicated service and all the hard work and blood, sweat, and tears that you guys put into that shelter is just absolutely amazing. So I wanted to honor you guys today, because what you do for the people that don't have voices is what's most important. And I always complain about, are we given handouts or hand-ups? And you guys have been there, and I know my sister-in-law was the chair. The blood, sweat, and tears and countless hours over the years, and some of you board members, you can explain it when you come up here, have been there for years. So just for me, I wanted to celebrate you guys and give you a recognition and thank you for the hard work and just the relentless of just keep going at it, and it's a big help. I mean, the majority of my seat is the city of Stockton, so I battle for the city of Stockton, and you guys have battled for the city of Stockton, so it's deeply appreciated. So we got some Groovy Suey swags here, and it says, for your unwavering dedication and commitment to addressing homelessness in San Joaquin County, along with your compassion, innovation, and support, have made a profound impact on the lives of countless people experiencing homelessness. Your tireless contributions to the Stockton Shelter for the Homeless have provided essential resources and inspired others to join the fight against homelessness, creating a stronger community for all. Thank you for your devoted service to the people of the San Joaquin County and providing dignity and hope for folks. So I appreciate it. So if you want to come on up, so we've got, I'd love to hear him say a few words. And so Jennifer Held, we've been having a lot of phone conversations lately, and I mean, and they took the high road, so it's much appreciated, because it could have got even uglier. So I want to thank you for keeping the dignity and respect in the transition, and not making it more uglier than it was. So thank you very much for your leadership. I know you've been on the board and just a short time president, so thank you for stepping up and leading the homeless shelter through these difficult times. So thank you.
Thank you. And as you said in the beginning, Paul, running a homeless shelter is not a sexy endeavor. Or maybe Tom said it, somebody said it. It's running the homeless shelter is not a sexy endeavor, but it very much is necessary. And on behalf of the board, we really are honored that we had the opportunity to serve the homeless in this community. Everyone on our board has served, I mean, as you said, with blood, sweat, and tears, but truly it's for the good of our community. And so it's been an honor for all of us to serve and to make our community a better place. And this past month has been really challenging, but the upside to that is we have never seen our community come together so cooperatively to make this a smooth transition, and we really do appreciate it. I think, when people get passionate, we all get intense. My husband of 32 years can definitely attest to that. But the bottom line is we got the job done, and the shelter is going to continue on with uninterrupted service. We are not going to have anyone go a minute without care who depends on the shelter. And Paul, we truly appreciate you, because I know you've had to okay, and be very calm and neutral about everything. So your support is very much appreciated and valued. And thanks to everybody for coming together and make this happen. We really, truly appreciate it.
So some of the board tenures,
Okay, we have people on our board for multiple 2 or 3 decades. Let's see, we've been in business for 37 years. And people, 17, Emily, 12, Jerry, 23, Joan, 20 plus. She doesn't want to give the age Mary, Gary. 23, Naja, 2, and Darlene, well. So people have really put a lot of time and energy into this, and so it's been an honor. Thank you. And thank you for recognizing us today.
Definitely. So do you want to? So we'll go to Supervisor Ding, and then we'll do the certificates and a photo.
Thank you, and congratulations. I had an opportunity to spend 3 or 4 hours out on the campus last week, especially with all the intended changes going on. You know, we right now we're looking at, you know, the things that have worked in the past, the things that we're trying. From a supervisor's standpoint, you're looking at, we spent $9 billion trying to resolve a problem in 21, $16 billion in 22. And I think what it does is it gives us a chance to look and say, okay, these are the investments that we've made, what truly works. And in my heart, what I'm seeing is the old try and true organizations, St. Mary's Dining Hall, Stockton Shelter for the Homeless, Salvation Army. I think we're starting to see that maybe we had it right to begin with. And I know some of, you know, Paul, of course, Paul never sleeps at night. He struggles with every decision he makes, so I just call him. But, you know, there was a lot of anguish about this decision. I think it was the right decision. And you are all so truly dedicated, and you're doing the right thing. So thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa and Chairman. You know, with homeless, as we realize, it's not one size shoe fits all. And I think it's a fantastic travesty that the government has spent billions of dollars on the Housing First model when we know that one $450,000 to $950,000 door in comparison to having a shelter for $12,000 or $15,000 per bed, that sanctuary that some people have with zero options, that place where they can have some dignity, a place to sleep, where there's some comfort and there's some food and support services and someone that'll maybe listen and guide them. I remember meeting a young man in WorkNet, the program that was Ready for Work. I'm sorry, Ready for Work. I struggled for the name there for a moment. In Ready for Work, he said his mother and father died. His aunt one day said, I'm moving to Tennessee, and he literally was homeless. He had nowhere to go. And he found his way over to Stockton Homeless Shelter. And here we are for decades. You guys were that sanctuary that people had a place to go to. You didn't have a drug issue. You didn't have anything but a housing issue. You had nowhere to go. And he didn't want to sleep in a park or in the streets. So he was there. And from there, he got into the Ready for Work program and started to rebuild his life. And thank God you guys were there, and you've done what you've done for the period of time you have. You've kept those doors open. You've kept beds. You've kept staff. You've integrated. You've helped people bridge from being in despair and living in squalor into a better phase of their life. And this next iteration of where it's going is a fantastic transition and wouldn't have happened if you hadn't done and been as dedicated as long as you have. So thank you. This entire community and so many countless people out there really appreciate what you've done over the years to be that safety net and that place, that entry that they had when they needed a place to go. So thank you all. Really, truly celebrate and appreciate you.
Vice Chair Villapudua.
Well, thank you very much. That's hard to follow, but anyways, I'll try. Okay. Supervisor Canepa, I want to thank you for bringing this forward because you guys truly deserve incredible amounts of recognition. What you do for the homeless and for people in need, to provide a bed, plate of food. You know, we don't realize it because we're all in a different position, but it's just amazing. And each and one of you do an outstanding job of helping our community to look better and do things that provide an outstanding service to everyone. And thank you for coming here today, and happy to honor you.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and I'll wrap it up here. Just like what my colleagues, thank you for your outstanding work and your dedication, not just for the city of Stockton, but for San Joaquin County as a whole. I think all our districts, all 5 of our districts are affected by the work that you do. And as my colleagues mentioned, homelessness, the solution to it isn't going to be government and government alone. It's going to take the community, and you represent that community. So again, thank you, and God bless each and every one of you. And Supervisor Canpa, I'm going to turn it back over to you. You want to come up here?
So, yeah, no, that's fine. We just have Mary Gary.
And if you guys, when you guys get your certificates, if you could just come up front here, and then we'll take a quick photo. And we'll have our rest of our supervisors, if you could please join us.
Not biased. Last but not least.
All right, thank you, everyone. We're going to turn it back over to our clerk of the board for our next presentation.
Thank you, Chairman. Our next recognition was requested by Supervisor Tom Patty of the 3rd Supervisorial District. This is the recognition of the 2023 Junior Golden Gloves National Champion, Dizelle Stokes, Bantam Male 95. And I would like to invite Mr. Stokes, his coach, and his family down to the podium for this recognition.
Well, good morning. It gives me a great honor and a privilege to introduce this young man with his new recent national acclamation. I'll read the certificate and then we'll have some positive words for you. And we're very proud of you and thank you for being here today. So this is a certificate of recognition presented to Diesel. Is it Diesel? Diesel Stokes, Bantamweight Champion, 2023 Junior Golden Gloves, in recognition of your dedication and exceptional performance in securing the title of champion at the 2023 Junior Golden Gloves National Tournament, in a testament to your unwavering commitment and rigorous training. Your journey to this victory exemplifies the true spirit of sportsmanship, determination, and perseverance. Congratulations, and we are presenting this to you on this 22nd day of August 2023. So, we'd love to hear a couple words from you, and then you'll hear from the supervisors, and we'll close out a couple comments. And once upon a time, I did a little bit of boxing, so I'll have a couple words to say. And I have to tell you that I remember meeting you just 2 years ago, having a conversation, shaking your hands. You made eye contact, you gave me a strong handshake, and I saw that's an impressive young man, and you're going places, and this is just an example of it. So please step up and say a couple words. Hold on a second.
I just want to say thank you for having me here. I really don't know what to say because I'm pretty shocked, but I just want to say thank you for having me and giving me this opportunity. That's really it.
Excellent. And Coach, would like to say a couple words?
Yes, thank you for having us here. Stokes family is very happy for being here. My son puts in a lot of work, a lot of time and effort. As you know, Mr. Patty, you know, being a fighter is something that you live. I always say it's a lifestyle. So he's doing it the right way. And it was funny because my wife and I was on a call this weekend with USA Boxing and for Northern California, and they said Stockton, California has the most talent out of any city out of Northern California. And I'll say that again. They said Stockton, California has the most talent when it comes to boxers. Wow. So that just shows how much we have here. So, you know, I'm happy that my son is a part of this, and we're looking forward to bringing you guys more endeavors and more championships, and we appreciate it. But before we end, we do have something for you, Mr. Patty, if you wouldn't mind stepping up and receiving.
Okay, yeah.
Mr. Patty, on behalf of Stokes House Boxing Academy.
All right.
There you go.
I never earned one. You got it.
There you go. You have a jacket. There's a T-shirt as well. And you get the gold box, so.
Thank you so much. I'll sit there for one second. We have some words to say from our board. So we'll start with Supervisor Steve Ding.
Well, congratulations. I think you ought to run for supervisor. I like somebody who doesn't talk a lot. So that that's good. Hey, congratulations. Keep it up. That's dedication that is just unwavering and unmatched. So congratulations.
Supervisor Villapudua.
Thank you, Chairman, Supervisor Patty, for bringing this forward. This is amazing. Congratulations. What an honor. Golden Gloves, I mean, that's just incredible. So I'm looking forward to seeing you fight. Please keep in touch, Supervisor Patty, and let us know. We'd like to see you fight one day. Thank you. Supervisor Canepa, representing your district, so with pride he stands here. You live in his district. He has that distinct honor of you being one of his, that he represents you.
Yeah, Tom's poaching in my district here, but it's all good because this is all good. You know what I mean? And what you're teaching here is dignity, respect, and a healthy lifestyle, I think, which needs to be celebrated more often. So I do commend Supervisor Patty when he said, I have no problem, I don't box. So when he said that, it's like this is important for all of us to, you know what I mean? Stockton is a great place to live, and obviously you guys, embolden that. So thank you very much.
Our chairman.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Again, congratulations to you and congratulations to the Stokes family. I mean, yeah, this is awesome, a great accomplishment. And I agree with you, Coach, in that Stockton has a history of great fighters, and you continue that history. You look at your dedication, your discipline for somebody your age, not even for somebody your age, but for even adults, what you do. Adults can't even do what you do. So we look forward to following you in the future, your great accomplishments that we know you will have. And, hey, you're a leader now in the community, and we, expect you to continue to that leadership all through your life. And only thing that we ask at the board is that, when you make it big, we could use some tickets, to the ringside, and got to pay for them, of course. Just, first bid. And I also would love to see, I know Supervisor Patty talks about boxing a lot, and we would love to, I would love to see you and Patty go out, and I would put my money, I think, on you. So again, congratulations, man, a great job. I'm going to turn it back over to Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I remember being with a young Mike Tyson. He was 14, 15 years old, and we had Wilfredo Benitez, one of the great champions, welterweight champion, and he had a title belt. He had the WBC title belt. And Mike and I went to meet with him, and he was training up in Catskill. And Mike said, "Can I see the belt?" And, laid it out. We just looked at it in awe because none of us, and back then when you won trophies and they were fantastic, but, now you have a chance at the winning a belt, that pride. And it seems that there seems to be an elevated interest in winning a belt more than a trophy. And I just want to congratulate you. See the pride that you have with that belt wrapped around your shoulders. And I am going to talk for a moment about boxing. I had that unique opportunity. I started in Stockton, and Fat City is alive. And, Stockton is a great fight city, and it always has been for this last 100 years. But I had an opportunity. I started boxing here in Stockton, and I knew my interest level exceeded Stockton. I had the privilege to move to Catskill, New York, and train with a legendary trainer named Cus D'Amato. And when I met Cus, first thing he asked me, before I met him, he said, "Why do you want to be a fighter?" I said, "I want to be middleweight champion. I think you could help me." He said, "I want to meet you." He didn't want people who want money. He didn't want people that were doing it for any other reason than the purest of reason, to be great at something. And he knew he had something to work with. And he said, "I'll judge you by your actions, not your words. If you say you want to do this, we're going to judge you by those actions." But Cus would say, "Do you know the difference between a hero and a coward?" And I remember probably shrugging my shoulders and didn't really know what to say to this great old master trainer and psychologist, really. And he said, "There's not a single difference in the world. But the hero, in the way they feel. The coward, in the face of adversity, challenge, or something perilous, the coward will run away," which is natural. It's self-preservation. But the hero, which you'll see, we've got law enforcement representatives here. We've got firefighter representatives here oftentimes that, when everybody's running in one direction, they're running towards to protect and serve their community. So they know how to have that discipline. I know, had to overcome fears, anxieties, good days in the gym where you feel fantastic, on top of the world. The next day you feel like bum of the month. But no matter what, you came back that next day. You just didn't quit. And having that discipline to overcome that fear and that anxiety before that bell sounds, and then it's action time, and you don't have time to think about that anymore. But that's a testament to your character. And that's a building block in your life that you'll carry with you forever. And so to have you here and to give you a little bit of recognition is in recognition of this developmental stage in your life. That's step one, this accomplishment and the building of your character. You're a young man on the rise. And we celebrate and appreciate you. And Coach, I know that when you've got both your daughters here and your son.
Thank you, Mr. Patty.
Right? Is that true? Yes? We recognize you're raising a great family. You guys are doing a great job. And it's compliments to you. You have a great support network. You have a community that's proud of you. And we're looking forward to your next step and next phase. We really, truly appreciate that. Come forward. We'll do a picture, please.
You three.
All right.
Now I definitely want to see you go after Supervisor Patty. Chief Armandi, is he here? Chief Armandi from Ripon? Okay, I don't see him, so we're going to move on to the child support.
Our next recognition is a request to proclaim the month of August 2023 as Child Support Awareness Month in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite the Director of Department of Child Support Services, Abe Mendoza, to the podium as I read the proclamation. Whereas San Joaquin County Department of Child Support Services strives to partner with parents and establish child support agreements and facilitate payments and engaging with partners to support unique family needs and promote the well-being of children. And whereas San Joaquin County Department of Child Support Services serves over 33,500 children in federal fiscal year 2022, collected over $63 million, where 84% of in-state collections went directly to families. And whereas the child support program exists to assist both parents and legal guardians in the active provision of a stable and supportive environment for children in San Joaquin County. And whereas awareness of the needs of children and the responsibilities of parents to provide for the support of their children benefits all Californians. And whereas the San Joaquin County Department of Child Support Services, in partnership with the California Department of Child Support Services, commemorates August 2023 as Child Support Awareness Month, whose theme is Different Wants, Different Needs, One Shared Goal. Now therefore be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaim August 2023 as Child Support Awareness Month in San Joaquin County and encourages all parents, legal guardians, and the community to get the facts about available services. Presented this 22nd day of August 2023.
Thank you, Clerk of the Board. Thank you, Director, for being here, and thank you for all being here, and good morning. So I'm going to turn it over to you.
Chairman Rickman and the board members, thank you very much for supporting our department over the past years, and especially over the past year, especially with the block party. It's been a big success, so we appreciate your support in that. And again, each August Child Support Awareness Month really underscores the importance of child support in the nation, but also the community. So we definitely work hard to make families financially able to support their kids, their children. And we have some great staff here that I wanted to bring this year. We have our new Assistant Director, Kathy Bohasek, who has a big part in the annual backpack program that we have in July. We have Lori Moore, Program Manager, Myra Canella, another Program Manager, and we have Delana Green, another Program Manager, and another Program Manager we have is Shirley Avalos, who's not here today, but really want to say thank you to our leadership team here, but also folks at the department for all the hard work that they do. It is a thankless job most of the time, but we get our hands dirty, we get in there, and we do the best we can. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Director. We're going to turn it over to our board, so we're going to start with our Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, first of all, appreciate everything you guys do for especially single moms and child number. It's a very important issue, for families, and I know it's a tough task, but I know you guys are trying your best, and I appreciate everything you guys do for our community.
Thank you, Vice Chair Villaputa. Supervisor Canepa.
Yes, we always talk about giving people a voice, and that's the most important part of your guys' role, is giving people a voice. The Chase Chevrolet event was amazing. I was out there. You guys are always out in the event helping, and I think public awareness is the most important part of getting resources to the folks that need it. So being out in the community is much and greatly appreciated. So thank you for the work that you do.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Supervisor Ding.
Yeah, I want to thank you for the work you do. You're quiet servants that probably have a bigger impact on this community than most people realize. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. You said everything fantastic except being thankless, and that's just not true. We have so many people in this community. You have families that might be struggling and people that need to make a connection and get some of the financial support they need, and that's a vital component to raising that next generation. So I know that oftentimes you might work in autonomy, and some people might be begrudgingly contacted and have to accept some responsibilities. But we thank you, we appreciate it, and we are eternally grateful because it is that next generation we need to help and support. So thank you all and the entire team and your couple hundred staff members. You all do a great job every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty, and I'll conclude with, Director, thank you for an awesome job that you're doing, and thank you, of course, to your staff and the staff that aren't here, and just reiterate what my colleagues were saying. Our children are the most vulnerable, population that we have, and to make sure they're able to get the support and resources that they need so they can, grow up and be productive residents here in San Joaquin County and live the American dream, but also helping the parents. Also, I think when people think of child support, they don't see the parent side of it, and that has a huge, huge role to play. So again, thank you all for your dedication and your teamwork, and God bless you. If you could just please join me up front, we'll present you with a certificate if the board would like to come down. We had one more presentation, and that was for the City of Ripon Police Chief Edward Armande, which I haven't seen him here today. Something came up, but I just want to read into the record for recognition from the Board of Supervisors. Presented to Chief Edward Armande from the Ripon Police Department. The recognition of your retirement. Your distinguished career includes leadership, which has been a cornerstone of safety and community engagement. In the early days as a patrolman on to police chief, you have demonstrated an exceptional commitment to excellence. Under your guidance, the department thrived, implementing groundbreaking initiatives like the community-oriented policing and problem-solving program, data-driven strategies, technology upgrades, and the fostering of non-enforcement community contacts has consistently elevated the Ripon Police Department's effectiveness, earning recognition for Ripon safety, and cultivating lasting bonds with the community. Your legacy is etched in the positive impact made on law enforcement practices and community relations. The San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors, thank you for your many years of exemplary service presented today's date and signed by all of us up here. So Chief, thank you very much. Enjoy your retirement. That's what we all strive to do. And I know he's just a cornerstone of Ripon. I know when I'm down there, I see him constantly. So thank you very much. All right. Before we get into the public comment section, we have a quick change that we will do here for the agenda. We have closed session at the end. However, we are just going to move one item on closed session up after consent item. That will be item number 4, public employee discipline / dismissal / release, California Government Code section 54957. Again, that's going to be moved after consent. And once we finish that one closed session item, we will be back in session on the regular agenda, and we will finish up closed session at the end of the agenda. So if the board doesn't have any issues with that, and one of the reasons we're doing that, we do have outside counsel present here with us today. So if there's no objections, we'll go ahead and move on. All right, we're going to move on to public comment. Now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda and minutes, consent calendar, and closed session item. And if you wish to speak, we have our public comment form, which is sitting in the back of the room. If you could fill that out, please come up here and give it to our clerk of the board. And again, just to remind everybody, you have 3 minutes. And why don't we go ahead and start with the only one that we have, the private people of California.
El Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Amarás a Dios por sobre todas las cosas. No tomarás el nombre de Dios en vano. Santificarás las fiestas. Honrarás a tu padre y a tu madre. No matarás. No cometerás actos impuros. No robarás. No dirás falsos testimonios ni mentirás. No consientas pensamientos ni deseos impuros. No codiciarás los bienes ajenos. Afternoon or good morning, wherever we are. This is Lauren Cardinale with the Private Peoples of California. I'm very happy to be here today in partnership with St. Gertrude's Church and with some help from District 1. I'm going to be working with Miguel on opening up some very good things for the Hispanic American community of our town. I'm working with a private foundation out of Las Vegas to bring in money to help restore Main Street. The Hispanic and Latino immigrants of our community are in dire need of support. St. Gertrude's and St. Edward's are 2 cornerstones of our Southeast community that need a lot of support. I'm a member of the Guadalupanas, and I pray to the Virgin Mary for her assistance to guide our people. The children of Southeast Stockton are being left in the wind, and I'm here to support them. I've been working with the city of Stockton to get grant money in order so we can do beautification and park plans for the entire boulevard. I'm looking to work all the way from Wilson Way to Cardinal Way to improve the area. The children are exposed to tremendous amounts of violence. Their families are robbed, and they don't have safe places to play. I cannot stand by and do nothing. We'll be having a golf fundraiser in order to get things started to help do this project. As the brand ambassador for Grant Seeker out of Las Vegas, I will be working with the MGM Foundation to bring in money. I'll be sending out some messages to anybody in the districts who can help us do this project. I'm very pleased that everyone's so receptive to helping the immigrants of our community. The St. Gertrude's Bazaar was a great success, and they're able to keep the church open. But our county can do more for the hardest working among us. These people give all they have to the church, and I'm asking for the county's help. So in the next few months, over the course of it, I look forward to Supervisor Canepa, Villa Padua, Rickman, Patty, and Ding in your support, and anything that Jay Wilverding can supply us as far as administrative help, I'd greatly appreciate. The entire east side of our county is struggling, they're destitute, and there's a severe need for that $9 billion from the state of California with the Homeless Fund to help these people. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll go on to our next one, Melanie Knott. We have that little button on your right there. You can push it up. There you go. Magic.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Chairman Rickman, Board of Supervisors, Melanie Knott, and I'm a resident of San Joaquin County. I'm here again to speak about election integrity and transparency. If you haven't already done so, please watch the last Citizens Election Advisory Committee meeting. Lots of information regarding discrepancies of numbers specifically for our county elections. Thank you to the Sheriff's Office for the updated presentation and their ongoing work regarding the San Joaquin County con case alleging election fraud. Also, thank you to Mr. Robb and the dedicated volunteer group of San Joaquin County residents looking into and identifying election integrity issues in our county. The number one takeaway, our county elections are broken. There is fraud, and let's stop saying there isn't and come together to work to fix the issues. The election vulnerabilities identified were dirty voter rolls, universal vote by mail, ballot drop boxes, and election systems hardware and software, aka election machines, which unfortunately wasn't shared in detail in the presentation due to time constraints. Another takeaway, how widespread the fraud goes, how subtle it is, how difficult it is to detect, and frequently hard to prove, and very effective at changing the outcome of an election. While these vulnerabilities in our election process are created largely by questionable election laws within the state and at the federal level, the presentations did provide suggestions for us to work together collaboratively to take action. Promote voter education, reject the Voters' Choice Act, and supervisors prepare resolutions requesting legislature to oppose AB 969. Request the Secretary of State to improve voter roll maintenance. Request the Secretary of State and legislature to reject the ERIC system. And request the Secretary of State and the legislature to fix the voter roll registration system. I'll close with this. At the Citizens Election Advisory Committee meeting, a young lady who may be on opposite sides of me explained that there's no significant election fraud. Election officials and courts have found no evidence of fraud whatsoever. Well, I beg to differ. I am the alleged victim, or victims in the con case. I assume if this young lady was also a victim, she would also want the authorities to look into and investigate the matter. If a legal citizen of the United States, my one God-given sacred right to vote matters and should not be discredited or discounted. In promoting voter education, let's inform voters of the importance of in-person voting. Go back to IDs and return to one-day voting. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Do it.
All right, that's all the public comment forms I have. Anybody wishing to speak to the board on items not on the agenda? I do have some for consent items, item number 5, I believe it is. But besides that, anybody wishing to address the board on items not on the agenda? Yeah, that's item 5. Yeah. All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment. And thank you, everybody. Move on to approval of minutes, and we're approving Board of Supervisors regular meeting July 25th, 2023, and Board of Supervisors regular meeting August 8th, 2023.
Move to approve.
Barring any amendments. Second.
Okay.
Got a motion and a second. Can a roll call, please? All right, it's adopted 5-0. We're going to move on to consent items.
I assume if
All right, move on to consent items 1 through 31. Yeah, I know. About made me jump out of my seat. All right, Supervisor Ding, you have something to pull?
Yeah, you did say you're pulling item 5?
Yes. Anyone else have anything to pull?
Pulling item 1, Chairman.
Anyone else? All right, so we will go ahead and start with item number 1. Supervisor Patty.
I believe we have our airport director. Through the chair, I'd like to ask Director Sokol to come on down. On our agenda, this is a consent item to approve the scope of work and use the funds to analyze up to 3 alternative, up-to-date, and existing Stockton Metropolitan Airport air carrier terminal building and development, and develop a related financing plan and related budget adjustments. Dr. Sokol, how are you, sir?
Good. How are you?
First off, just out of the gate, I'm 100% in favor of this, and I just wanted to bring you down, take a little opportunity to share with us some of the fantastic action, work, and discussions you've had. I think we've got a new opportunity out at the airport with you being our director. You've been very proactive. You've engaged. We have a new consultant, and this would be a next phase for this board to consider. And if not looking for a evaluation of everything that's been accomplished, but just that we are in motion and a little justification for this.
Well, we have engaged a new consultant, Embark Aviation, and they have been working for the last few months to help us understand our marketplace better. They have completed their preliminary work, and as of yesterday, they began to contact 5 targeted airlines, asking those airlines to meet with us specifically at their headquarters to talk about very specific proposals that we'd like to make for them to serve San Joaquin County. We've also developed in cooperation with Embark a incentives program. The incentives program, I believe, has been authorized previously by the Board of Supervisors, or part of it has been, part of it has not. Some of that incentives program will have to come back for Board of Supervisors action. Some of it will be offered based upon the existing authority that I think we have to try to hook those airlines and bring them into our community. Our analysis indicates that there is a market of over 1.5 million people within a 55-minute drive of our airport. There is no other commercial service airport within that 55-minute drive, and that we believe that we could get, or we could support between 2,000 and 4,000 seats per day. We have 250 seats per day now. So we think there's a real big upside. We're starting to put the pedal to the metal, so to speak. And our latest initiative now is to create a air service task force. Our air service task forces, we're inviting people with the visitors bureaus, chambers of commerce, as well as some political leaders to help us be ready as we interact with airlines in a more specific way, so that if they have a specific request of us, we can react to that request efficiently and effectively. So we are moving forward. We need to be ready with a terminal building that can accommodate growth. We do not have that today. Our terminal building was built in the 1960s. It has not really been updated in any significant way that I'm aware of since. It is terribly outdated. It needs to be punched up to be ready to serve 2,000 to 4,000 seats per day, which is what we're targeting to try to bring into our airport.
Excellent, and that's a fantastic synopsis. Again, I just want to bring you forward. You're doing a fantastic job. Myself and Supervisor Villapudua are on the Airport Advisory Committee. You've got one of your committee members, that's Mr. Ricky Gill, that's here. The dedication and the foresight that you have in the potential for this region. Just want to recognize and appreciate all of your efforts. You're doing a great job. Nothing's accomplished, but we're in the beginning stages, and that's a major step forward. I want to appreciate it and thank you and recognize those efforts.
Thank you. I just want to emphasize to you again that we have been working to put the ducks in a row. We believe the ducks are now in a row, and now is the push.
Excellent.
We will be pushing over the next month or so.
Thank you very much for sharing. Chairman, that's all.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Patty. All right, I don't see any speakers from the board, so I'll open it for public comment. Anybody from the public wishing to address the board on this item? And none, we'll bring it back to the board. Hey, I just want to agree with Supervisor Patty, and having a long-term vision of what we want our airport to be. I can tell you that this board, I believe we are unanimous in the knowing that that airport is a crown jewel here in San Joaquin County, is a priority for economic development for one, but one thing that we hear all the time up here on the board is, hey, when are we going to get more airliners? We would love to have more trips. So it's great since you've been on board, the short time that you have been in your position, we've seen you being, very proactive. And we look forward to seeing what you can accomplish and what this county can accomplish, because I think we would all love it to be able to, travel 10 minutes if you live in Stockton, 25 minutes if you live in the farthest, South County is where I'm from. Go to Stockton, hop on a plane, and don't have to worry about Bay Area traffic, trying to get a parking spot in San Francisco or Oakland or something. So again, great job, man. We appreciate it.
I had a couple comments, please.
No.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm just joking. Go ahead.
We talk a lot about airline service, and that's what a lot of people associate with an airport, airline service. But an airport is much more than airline service, also general aviation services. Today, when I left the airport to come here, there were 3 business jets on the ramp, and there were presumably 3 parties visiting businesses here, hopefully doing business, hopefully creating jobs and creating opportunities for people here in the county. I've just recently learned of a community facility development district that was created by the Board of Supervisors in the year 2009, in support of Air Park 599. Starting to learn a little bit about that, being from outside the state, and it seems like that this might be a tremendous vehicle for us to achieve our goals, advance aviation opportunities and transportation at our airport. So I'm very, very excited about the prospects for it being able to not only address airline service, but also to improve the facilities and services that we provide all of general aviation as well.
No, absolutely. Again, Director, thank you very much. All right, move on to item number 5, in which I pulled. I think the board wanted to pull. I know CAO asked me for it to be pulled earlier too, so I'm going to turn over to our CEO. You have something on this?
Thank you, Chair Rickman. Yes, this item is a request to change the name of Oak Grove Regional Park to Shumway Oak Grove Regional Park. And a little background about that is in February of this year, my office received a request to make that change from a gentleman named Mr. Dean Andall, and I believe he's here and he would like to make some comments when I'm finished. And the reason that he made the request was Mr. Norm Shumway grew up in Stockton. He was a Board of Supervisor, a very prominent political individual in our county. And he was pretty much the driver behind preserving the oak trees that are in Oak Grove Park, and pretty much was the driver behind pulling all that together. And Mr. Andall was recommending that that the park name be changed to include his name as a recognition of that. So our board resolution, which was established in 2008, requires us to convene a naming committee and then to put the request through a variety of validations before we can make such a change. And in April 2003, the Public Facilities Naming Committee was convened, and it included myself, Supervisors Ding and Canova. We did meet several times, and we went over the criteria that was established for that. And essentially, the person who being named has to be deceased. The request has to have the approval of the immediate family, and it has to be recommended by a number of prominent folks in the community who would have knowledge about that individual. There are several other more minor requirements as well. We met twice in June and then again in July, and based on the information that we had and we were able to pull together, we decided to make the recommendation to the board to make the change. And so that's how we got where we are today. And Mr. Andall is in the audience. I believe he would like to make a few comments in that regard.
All right. Thank you, CA Wolverine. Mr. Andall, welcome.
Welcome. Thank you for having us. I think there's a few others that would like to speak. And I'll be really short, but you never know where your life leads you when you're a county supervisor. And I thought I'd give you just a sense of how this happened and how it interacted with the park. Before Norm Shumway was a supervisor, he was a very busy guy in the community. He and his wife, Luana, were raising 6 children, all ages. He was a bishop in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. He was president of Goodwill right down the street here. And then right across the street, he was a partner in the law firm of Cavallaro, Bray, Shumway, and Geiger, which was in the Bank of Stockton building. So he had a very busy life. He had no intention of being in political life. And a series of events happened. And one was the supervisor from District 3, don't worry, Tom, it doesn't catch, was a guy named Gary Weiler, who passed away in a automobile accident. The seat was opened up, And the governor of California was then Ronald Reagan. And Ronald Reagan had a chief of staff that became famous, was named Ed Meese. And they looked at the people that had applied for the job, and they didn't really like their pickings. And so Ed Meese came down to Stockton and started interviewing business people and community leaders to see if he could find somebody good for the job. And everybody pointed to this lawyer named Norm Shumway. And so Meese said, would you apply? And Norm talked to his wife, and they decided to do it. And Ronald Reagan appointed him to the job. One of the first things he had to deal with was the land had been acquired for Oak Grove Regional Park. It was in District 3 at the time, so he was responsible. And he had an influence because his biology teacher at Delta College was a woman by the name of Verna Johnston, and she had been beating on him about the oak trees. So these are really important oak trees. There's nothing like it in the Central Valley. And because it was his biology teacher, he had to listen, and she was pretty persuasive. I also took biology from her. And so anyway, long story short, Norm and his family would go out there on Saturdays. He actually helped plan the park, the lake, the nature center, the beautiful oak trees, and it's really an extraordinary asset. So he was a wonderful man, mentored a lot of us, and as far as I know, is the only member of Congress ever elected from Stockton. And so just a remarkable person, and appreciate you considering this request.
Mr. Handel, thank you very much, and thank you for that great information. It seems like he's one heck of a guy. All right, this isn't public comment yet, so before we go to public comment, I'm going to bring it back to this board, see if anybody from the board has anything before we open up for public comment. Supervisor Canepa.
I just wanted to celebrate. This also is in my district today, so in District 2. So it's a great park, and it's an honor to be able to honor somebody that had so much influence in creating the park. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. When, in fact, former Supervisor Jack Siglock brought this up to me, I guess a couple of days after the election, but when the committee was formed, I had reached out not only to former Supervisor Siglock, but former Supervisor Wilhoit, trying to get, more of history was going on. And I thought what was really significant here is, generally someone passes away, you find a reason to honor him, and you just pick a building. I mean, this was something that was would not have happened if it was not for Norm Shumway. I mean, this is Norm Shumway's park. So, and we did, Jay had mentioned we'd met a couple of times. There's significant ramifications here when you start naming things. Usually it's a new building, what have you, but to rename a facility sets a lot of precedent. So we took a lot of time and care with this to make sure that not only with the beginning with the Norm Shumway Oak Grove Park, but future sites as well, that we had criteria for it as well. I was at we dedicated the post office at Hammer Ranch to Congressman Shumway back in the 2000s. I remember doing that and thinking, I don't know. I just, to me, was, you're getting the end of your life and you're going, somebody named a post office after me. It just didn't really seem right. So I'm happy to support this. Thank you for all the work you've done, Dean. Thank you for all the work you've done, Jack. And thank you for your words of wisdom, Senior Will Hoyt. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding. Vice Chair Villapudua.
Thank you, Chairman. I didn't know Mr. Shumway personally, but everything I've heard, he's an outstanding man. Sounds like he served our community well. And this is a wonderful opportunity to honor his legacy in renaming this park. So I want to thank the Gill family for giving me the history on Mr. Shumway. I'm sorry. He's an incredible man, and thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. It's a real brief statement, but thank you all for bringing this forward. It's very fitting. We saw a young man earlier that we recognized his character, and Norm Shumway was that guy as well. He was an example in a community giving back, being selfless, and serving a community at multiple layers and levels, and just getting to know him. And like Supervisor Villaputo, I didn't have an opportunity to know him, but his legacy continues. It's very fitting that we name a park after him. And the effort brought forward to this board it's a slam dunk, obviously super easy. You guys did the work to get it here, and we recognize the effort of everybody that is here. To former supervisor, Mr. Andal, you here, and your legacy is in this county as well, very strong. So we thank and appreciate all of you, and glad to do this today.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Patty. All right, at this time, I'll say my comments for the end, and we'll open up to public comment, and we're going to start off with our former supervisor, Jack Seaglock.
Thank you so much, and thanks for your service. As you've read and you know, Norm had a very long public service career. The thing I loved about his public service is he was always a gentleman, never vindictive. His politics, while personal to him, he was never self-righteous about it. And he was also just a very likable person. He was liked by Pat Johnson. We had a great working relationship across the aisle. And he was also liked by Phil and John Burton, who at that time were running California politics. In fact, Phil Burton hauled Norm into his office back in 1980 when redistricting was occurring. He said, "Norm, I like you so much. I'm going to give you this new district and you're going to love it." And he did. It had 9 national forests and 2 national parks. And regardless of that, and regardless of the fact that Norm loved that, when we came to Stockton, because we traveled together for 10 years, we would go by Oak Grove Regional Park. So he told me the story, as Dean related here today, and he always took great pride in that, great pride in Stockton, and just great pride in the fact that that park existed. And Dean mentioned the planning, but there was also opposition from some farmers, and those are obviously, they were Norm's friends because he was representing water right, but he overcame that obstacle and worked with those gentlemen. So I would just add that in view of his public service, his likability, and his personal efforts for this park, would be very grateful for your support of this item in co-naming Shumway Oak Grove Regional Park. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ricky Gill.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisors, honored to be before you. I likewise speak in strong support of co-naming Shumway Oak Grove Regional Park. I think I'm the only person in this room who I can safely say has known Norm Shumway for the entirety of my life. I met him when I was maybe 2 months old. I got to tell you a little bit about that story and the relationship history. Many of you know my father, Dr. Jasper Gill. My dad was a new immigrant to this country and to this county in the 1970s, was running the women's surgical programs at the county hospital. And Norm Shumway was in your chair as a county supervisor. He was the liaison to the county hospital. And one of my dad's first friends in this county was Norm Shumway, and eventually helped him get elected to Congress. So for all of Dr. Gill's excursions into politics, we can say thank you to Norm Shumway because he gave him that start. I have to tell you, to echo what Jack Seaglock said, Norm Shumway was the embodiment of civility, collegiality. I think you'd be very proud of the dynamic you have behind your dais today, because that's what he personified. He was a man who was dedicated to lifelong learning. People may not know this, but he was president of an institution of higher education in Japan. Spoke fluent Japanese, where he did his church mission, and he loved learning. He was a very cerebral, soft-spoken, heartfelt, but profoundly decent human being. I reconnected with him when I was at Princeton University. I know, Tom, you spent time on that side of the country. Just ran into him on campus, and we ended up having kind of a second season of our friendship mentorship. At that time, he was serving as his church's representative to the United Nations, so I used to take the train up from Princeton to New York and spend time with him and his wife. They were wonderful hosts, but even better friends, I have to tell you that. And I will tell you, while he was an advocate for his church, he was an advocate for people of different faith communities, including my own. Most of you may not know this, but the Sikh community went through a very difficult time in South Asia in the mid-1980s. Norm Shumway flew with 5 to 6 U.S. congressmen to New Delhi to shine a light on what were perceived to be injustices happening to the Sikh community. It wasn't a popular thing to do. He did it, and he made sure the Reagan White House knew where he was. I just commend you for doing this. I think there was an act of providence because I last saw him last summer, 4 months before he passed. I flew to Utah. I spoke at something called the China Challenge Summit, was invited to speak there by the former National Security Advisor. I will never forget that Norm Shumway picked me up from the airport. I spent the night with him and his wife. It was an opportunity to say goodbye, but to really take stock of a great man. God just doesn't make people like him again. He was a collector's item. So I commend it to you for considering this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I had Ed Wavila. Did I pronounce that name right? Bonilla, I'm sorry.
Hello, Supervisors. Good to see you.
Good morning.
I'm Ed Bonilla, lifelong Stocktonian. I'm currently the full-time teacher librarian for Lincoln Unified School District. I'm Norm Shumway's nephew, and our family is very proud of my uncle's service record. I spoke to Norm's son, Perry, recently, and he asked me to relay the following to you. Of all my father's accomplishments during his tenure on the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors, Norm's contributions to the creation and shaping of Oak Grove Regional Park meant more to him personally than anything else. It was Norm's idea to set aside the 85 acres of old growth Valley Oaks so they would stay untouched. At the groundbreaking, he was the master of ceremonies. When the park was completed and dedicated, he was the guest speaker. I thank you very much for considering to honor his legacy in this amazing way.
All right, thank you. All right, anybody else? That's all the public comment forms I have. Anybody else wish to address the board on this item? And none. We'll bring it back to the board, and I'll close out. I just want to before somebody speaks here, Supervisor Canepa.
I just want everybody to know that you guys are paying for the price of fixing the signs, so that people don't think, oh, the county's going to pay for it. So thank you for raising up to $20,000 to cover the cost of this. So I just wanted to add that.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Supervisor Ding.
Mr. Bonilla, when you walked up here, I thought you were going to start singing for us. Incredible musician, and I appreciate you. One of the things that I thought was interesting in the conversations that I had was, Dean was ready to go. I mean, he had all the facts, details, all ready to go. Jack offered some of the political insight, and Ricky was the human element. And then, of course, Doug gave me some, historical perspective. So this is a proud day and a Norman Shumway day. So thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, don't see anybody else. I just want to say thank you to Supervisor Ding and Canepa sitting on this board. So thank you for your commitment to this naming of the park. I also want to say thank you to Mr. Handel for requesting this and bringing it forward and taking the initiative to get it done. Mr. Seaglock and Mr. Gill, and of course, Mr. Bonilla, thank you all for all your kind words. Many of us that are watching don't know of the gentleman, Mr. Shumway, and I think you guys all painted a great picture, of a great man. And, it's fitting, sit and listen to you, the stories and about naming a park and, Oak Regional Park. And, you look at parks and, there's something that's there forever and they continue to grow. And like his legacy continues to grow to this day. So thank you all very much for being here and for your kind words and for your commitment and dedication. And, God bless. So with that, we'll go ahead and move on. We don't have anything else pulled. So I'll entertain a motion.
Would approve consent.
Second.
We're going to approve and consent items 1 through 31. We have a motion and a second. Could a vote, please? Right, it is adopted 5-0. Congratulations. All right, like I said in the beginning of the meeting, we are done with consent, and before we get into discussion, we are going to break for closed session, which is item number 4, but before we do, I'm going to turn over to our county counsel, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Chair Rickman. The board will now meet in closed session on item number 4 of the agenda. There are no announcements expected out of closed session.
All right, thank you, County Council. All right, we'll probably be back here within 20 minutes, 20, 30 minutes, but we don't expect it to be too long. So with that being said, please be patient. We'll be back.
Sure.
All right. Well, thank you for your patience. We're going to reconvene the regular board meeting. So we left off at the discussion section. So we'll move on to item number 1, which is District 3, discuss entering into a letter of interest to purchase the 1.459 acres at 1601 Turnpike Road in Stockton, California. Also expansion of the Stockton Animal Shelter Innovation Project. Rick County staff to explore the possibilities of securing the property. So this time I am going to turn it over to Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman, very much. And I know you just read the introduction to this. Through the chair, for you and bring down Director Cunningham recently, and we've got at one time a representative of the property owner that's here, and I believe may have some insight and knowledge on the availability of that property, if anybody on the board would like to know. But essentially, we are completing some analysis, and Director Cunningham, welcome back from some travel, perhaps. You're walking a little gingerly. Are you okay? Everything okay? Okay.
Thank you. Travel and sick.
All right. Well, I'm glad you're here. Thank you. And I know that in the conversations we've had, the preliminary discussion we've had with the city, when the prospect of this land became available, you had gotten excited about those possibilities, and you had suggested we bring it to the board so that we could give authority for a letter of interest and just engage in some conversation. So I think that's really where we are. There's not much discussion about it. You know, we've already set this in motion, and I appreciate Director Cunningham's interest in seeing this out and looking at the possibilities. Really, that's all, Chairman.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Supervisor Cunningham, did you have something? Or
Supervisor Cunningham?
Oh, excuse me. Director Cunningham. Congratulations.
Supervisor.
Thank you. I came back with the promotion.
You have anything, or?
Well, really all this falls on the sheriff, and what, I hate to say that, but it is his program, it is his needs. And
all right. Well, you know,
I'll leave it at that, because I don't want to speak on behalf of another department and what ultimately would be in, you know, direction that they want to take and what they want to do, where GSD would play a role. And if so requested by this board, would be that if, when it came to property, if property was any part of this, that we would do our role at that point. But as far as what works and doesn't work, it really needs to be from the Department of Services, which would be sheriffs.
all right. Thank you. And we just so happen to have our sheriff here with us this morning. Sheriff Withrow, please come on down. You should have left when we had the break. You held your chance.
Thank you.
Afternoon.
Congratulations on the promotion. Or my condolences. Yeah, I mean, this does kind of fall under me because we're in charge of animal control. Whether we buy property or use existing property or want to have our own animal control, we just entered into a contract with the city of Stockton where we pay per animal, which we have been doing over the years. Because of that, we have worked very hard at limiting the number of animals that we turn in at the animal shelter. We try and find homes for them or reunite them with their families or whatever we can do to not pay the $493 that it'll be now to take an animal into the shelter. You should know that it's not just us, it's any time that any animal is brought to the shelter and it's brought from the county, whether it's a private citizen or whoever, the county pays that $493. Under the new contract, and that covers us up to 3,000 animals a year at that price. If we go over 3,000 animals a year, it would jump up to $656.50 a year or per animal for the rest of that year. So, but we have done a fantastic job over the past 5 years. I have a review here, and we're only averaging over those 5 years of being 29% of the animals brought to the shelter there in Stockton. So that's working out to about $1.05 million for this last year that we paid for the animals that were brought to the shelter there. So I guess what it comes down to is a couple different things. One, to be honest, had I been sheriff at the time that Animal Services was under I believe the Ag Commissioner at that time, I would not have asked to take over Animal Services. But I have it, and I guess we have to ask ourselves, what is the fiscally smart thing to do? Do we want to go into business of having our own place or being partners with another city? Is it fiscally responsible to do that? And that just comes down to numbers. And I've always said that. And whatever is best for the taxpayers of the county, because they have to foot the bill for this. Is it fiscally responsible to have our own building, pay more employees? I know that for animal shelters, there are a lot of restrictions now as far as cleaning of the cages and the chemicals that have to be done multiple times a day and things like that. I'm not an expert on it. Or is it wiser for us just to continue to pay the fee to somebody else and have them handle that? And I'm not an expert on that side of the house. So right now we're just trying to do the best fiscally smart thing for our county, and that's limit the number of animals that we bring in. I think our folks are doing a good job of that, and $1 million is a lot of money. But our goal in the county, I know for the animal protection people and stuff, is to start lowering the number of animals that are out there, and by spade and neuter and all that type of stuff. So I would just say those are the facts from the sheriff's side of it and animal control. And I leave it in the capable hands of the five of you and our CAO, and as to what is the best fiscal course for our county.
All right, thank you, Sheriff. Appreciate it. All right, we're going to bring it back to the board. Supervisor Canepa.
Seems like everybody's trying to punt on this
one. At least
one.
you didn't call me supervisor.
They're not going to let me live that down.
Yeah. So, I mean, the thing on this is like feasibility wise. I mean, I think that's the biggest question. I mean, because the numbers for the animals that have been going in the shelter have been going down. So, but I mean, as we all know, when you do use the shelter's not in the best condition because it's been in use for so long. So, I mean, that was always the question of when we do bring them, is it, a humane place for the animals? Is it a humane place for the human beings that are working there? And I mean, that's kind of the bigger picture of what we need to look at as a community, because we are bringing our animals there and we want the best care not only for the animal, but also for the staff that's working on our behalf for the animals. So, I mean, those are kind of the bigger pictures. So, I mean, for me, how we go about the feasibility study in the partnership with the city of Stockton, since they're the ones that deal with the animals and the staffing, I mean, $1.1 million is probably a pretty good deal. But I mean, what is the cause for, the animals that we're taking? Is it because it's full and they can't take our animals? And then what are we doing with them? It would be one of the questions in the feasibility study that we need to look at the bigger picture. How do we help and how do we get the most bang for our buck? Because I don't know, somebody was saying that it was going to cost $20 million if we did our own. I don't know where that came up, and maybe I'm misinformed, but if we were going to build it out at the sheriff's department, that number came up at one time. So is that a number that came up or no? So was there ever plans to do an animal facility out there?
Excuse me, there might have been an estimate when we had first started to do the 10-year master plan and it got pulled. That was almost 7 years ago. That there might have been an estimate for $20 million. Based on the priorities for the sheriff, there were a number of other projects that took precedence, and that particular project was pulled off.
Okay. So then like the feasibility of buying that property, I mean, that was always kind of in the eyes of the city, because when I was there in the council, I observed that. But I mean, then the ongoing costs and things like that. So that's my only concern, is that if going forward, maybe we could do a feasibility study on what the best bang for the buck is there. Obviously, the things that I brought up are important not only to me, because the city of Stockton is basically my district, but I think for, going forward, if we can help with the money, I was saying, you know what I mean? It's hard because everyone says, oh, they're not our homeless, they're not our pets, they're not this. And it's like, well, we've got a problem because these animals reproduce so fast that there's not room in the shelter. And that's kind of a question for me is, are we, bringing them and they can't fit? Because Jill does post all the time, hey, they're full, they're you going to euthanize? And I mean, that's not good either. So capacity might be a problem.
Yeah, it's an excellent question. And it is. The reason our numbers are dropped is because of they don't have room for them. And we've got to find a way not to bring in more animals. And there are situations where we don't pick up the animal if it's not a threat to people and things like that. If we can find another place to take it, anything like that we can do to not spend $500 to bring an animal into a shelter, because once we bring one in, they either have to kill one or adopt one out or something like that. And but I still come back to my original saying, yes, this is tragic, but do I want to make sure that the new SB 1022 jail groundbreaking occurs here in a month? Yes, absolutely. And we're good enough to be getting some new buildings out there to help inmates and all that type of thing. So I just want to make sure that we don't lose the priorities that we have. And yet we still are doing our best to deal with this crisis, and we'll continue to do so. Our numbers have dropped significantly, trying to save money, but it's because the shelter is full that the city of Stockton shelter is full that we have the contract with.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I mean, those are just some of the questions I think that five of us need to decide of how we're going to go forward. We gave direction. I don't remember which board meeting date to kind of do that same kind of idea, right?
July 11th.
July 11th. So, I mean, and just where we're at on that and how we're going forward.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Canepa. Supervisor Ding.
Okay, I feel like I'm still at Miguel's wedding and everybody's dancing. So the Stockton, the current site we're talking about is a city of Stockton site, not county, correct? Or is that the county?
City.
It's city. So what we're talking about doing is expanding the city site so we don't have to build our own and we just keep paying them. We don't go into the dog business. Am I off? This is where what I'm following here.
From what I understand, right now we're talking about buying a piece of property next to the city site.
For us or for the city to expand their site? I guess where I'm going is I don't want to take on any more responsibility than we have and hire more employees and do everything else, but is this money going to expand? We're helping the city expand their shelter. Okay, so we're not taking on any more responsibility other than this dollar cost, correct?
My understanding from the city last, and what I was told is the project they've selected will not include the lot, that they've selected what's called their option C that would add additional 22 kennels, that they don't have the capacity nor the staffing at this time to do a complete build out.
Okay.
That's what I was
told. I'm not asking this question. What Tom has proposed here is just
and
not
stay
asking
neuter.
for any money. He's asking for a letter of interest to purchase. The only concern I have is I don't want to be using any more sheriff deputies for the site, personnel, secretaries, clerks, what have you. Is it more fiscally responsible to pay the city to expand their site or look at it, study it as opposed to take on our own? And is that where we're going here? I wish somebody would just tell me. 'Cause I feel like everybody's dancing here.
Maybe the city should come and do a presentation on what exactly
Is
they
this,
want to do.
are we talking about expanding the city site or not? Or is this a new county site?
Well, everybody can hold on 1 second. Supervisor Ding, if you want to, yield for a second, let Supervisor Patty, then once he's questions, he answers, and I'll return it back to you if that's okay with you, since you do have the floor. Okay? All right. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman, and through the chair. To answer your question, so during this exploratory conversation, initially, the dream idea would be, and there's a piece of land adjacent, but it's not available. We're not going to deal with it. We don't want to go down that path. I said, well, hold on a second. Let's examine if it is possible. And I called up a person that I knew at one point was representing the property owner, and they informed me that there was some environmental challenges. There's hurdles that have been cleared. And yes, in fact, that land might be available to throw into the equation of consideration. May not be viable, may not pencil out, but we're midstream. And so I think it's great, and it's Director Cunningham who got excited about that land being available, and we really haven't vetted any further with the city the utility, the necessity, but this isn't going to cost, it's not like we're putting up $500,000 for a piece of property and now we own it and we didn't need it after all. This is simply addressing and adding to the equation something for consideration. They are landlocked as it is. You've got an exceptionally old facility. You've got cages for dogs that are antiquated. You don't have a dog run area where the dogs can actually get some exercise and have a decent quality of existence at the shelter. So this is merely a continuation of dialogue to bring back to the board for consideration. And that's all. I don't even know why we're debating it. It's just something that was in motion. We have Director Cunningham that was engaging with the city on behalf of at my behest to have a conversation. We were going to be including the sheriff. We have to look at it with budget, and we are midstream. We haven't brought back to the board yet anything to consider. So appreciate the sheriff's input. Appreciate the engagement that we have as a board, but I don't know why we need to stop at this point. We were having some constructive conversation. I did get an email from you that was a little bit dismissive and quite firm that we're not doing this and what we're not doing, and that's just actually not correct at all because the board gave direction.
So I believe what Connie shared was in fact good concern that was shared. Typically we sign a letter of intent, although there is no legalities, they can't hold you to it. But what that does is it tells the seller that we have every intent of carefully looking at the property and we'll buy it. We typically
letter of
don't.
Interest, Sam. It's a letter of interest, not letter of intent. Just a letter of interest.
I'm not sure that it would be our letter of interest or the city's letter of interest. I'm getting somewhat confused with the project was that initially we were looking at from the capabilities of the city proposed 3 different phases of three different levels of projects. It was an A, B, and C. I believe it was option B included, including the property. And this is in my last discussions with them. And option C did not include the property, that they were going to go with option C that would allow for an additional 22 kennels. They were going to add spay and neutering, which would help with decreasing the amount of animals that there are, that they were going to up their ante on adoptions and do a better job of advertising and broadcasting adoptions because they could do a better job there. But I have not heard from the city at all. And again, in what I've heard from the city, that they're interested, thank you, in this property at this point.
Reclaiming my time, Chairman.
Go ahead. Supervisor Ding, it's all yours.
As far as there's 2 things I'm looking. If this played out to fruition, and I know, Tommy, you just want to study the thing, and we're just looking at. But if this went out to fruition, as far as manpower, sheriff involvement, this does not affect the department, correct?
I would not want to be in charge of employees and stuff
correct
at their.
And this is a Stockton facility, not a county facility.
Right.
Correct. My only concern, you mentioned that cap. And so does expanding the facility expand? In other words, if you build it for 50, you're going to have 50. If you build it for 200, you're going to have 200. I mean, but the numbers seem to be holding steady level right now. But it's a city, basically, the way I see this, and correct me if I'm wrong, is if we give the city the money now to expand the site, then we don't have to worry about taking and building our own site for animal control.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, Supervisor Ding, is that it? Good? I'll take that as a yes. Vice Chair.
I think Marcia wanted to speak first. I'll let her speak first. Go ahead, Marcia.
If it's going to be city property and city owned and they're going to operate it, why would we invest all our staff's time and efforts to research this property? Why wouldn't the city be doing this and purchase it on their own?
I was going to say the same thing. Why doesn't the city come to us a presentation? If we're going to help them buy a piece of property, why don't they have them come ask us? Say, listen, we want to expand and we're asking the county to be partners. Can you contribute some money? I think we're better off having the city come forward, show us the numbers. It sounds like we're doing okay in the county. The sheriff says we're not having a problem. Have the city come forward, say we want to expand this property. You guys want to be a partner? Do you want to help us? Go forward. I think that's the best way to go about this. Everything I'm hearing.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair. Supervisor Canepa.
So my question was just that. So how do we go back and get the city's involvement to find out? Because wasn't that kind of the direction we had given originally? So, I mean, if this needed to be researched, then it was under your guys' purview to say, hey, you know what I mean? Is this one of the city's options, right? I mean, that's what I'm going back to, whatever our July meeting was, and giving you the power to do that kind of feasibility study, which I think is another part that we need to do going forward with the city. I mean, because if they can't run it, I mean, that's my only concern is if we agree to this. But I mean, if we're just talking about it, you should have had the purview to be able to do that originally. Correct? I mean, that's what the power we gave you in that other meeting beforehand. So, I mean, this theoretically doesn't die here because you have the ability to work on our behalf to check into it, correct? Or am I wrong? Or you don't want to answer?
I am.
Right? I mean, wouldn't it be under your purview too? I mean, if that was part of the power that we gave you back then, you know what I mean?
The power we were given back then was to work with the sheriff to come up with, to look at their current agreement and to see if there was advantages for us to participating and contributing in the city's project that they were moving forward on, because there is a shortfall even with Project C, and to see if there was advantage or if we should just hold with our current 5-year term agreement. And
so when is that report coming back to us? I mean, that's going to be a presentation in the near future, or?
The city is currently, I'm waiting on some budget numbers from the city, and we have another meeting with the sheriff to confirm some data.
Okay. So can we put this on hold until then? Is that okay with the board? Or, I mean, do we need a recommendation, or are we just going to let you guys fly as is? Or, I mean, I hate to waste a bunch of time of staff and resource, you know what I mean, if the city's not buying in. So I think it's pretty important that if we're going to, you know, put some money on the table and we don't have an MOU or any understanding of how this title transfer or whatever, or the partnership would work. So it's just question. I'm just saying though, I mean, you brought it back. It was under the purview of what we had done earlier. So this probably didn't need to be brought back. I mean, theoretically.
Well, it wasn't my understanding in the beginning that we would be buying property on behalf of the city.
Okay. So that's the point of contention.
A little
So
bit different. It's a little bit.
Through the chair. So I mean, I don't know where we're going with this, but okay.
Oh, hold on.
Okay, I give up my time. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Supervisor Canepa is done. So we will go to Supervisor Patty, then CAO Wilverding. Here's the next one's up. All right.
Great. Thank you. Through the chair, Director Cunningham, I have to say I'm completely baffled. And I don't know where things went sideways, and I suspect where some maybe direction has shifted where you were. But when I called you up and said, guess what? I spoke with the representative, that land might be available. You said, oh my God, that's fantastic. That really opens up a lot of possibilities. And you said to me, and I believe I may even have an email, that we need to put this on the agenda and give us authority because if we're going to go any further. Now, I don't know, and we are true, and Supervisor Canepa is exactly correct. We haven't flushed out, and I know that we've got a CAO that's locked and loaded because he cannot wait to try to embarrass me or try to make something more than what it is, because it's really quite simple. Let's take us back a moment. When we first brought this forward on July 11th, I put it on the agenda. We brought it forward. I had a conversation with city manager, and he said, we have some money. We're going to do a new shelter. In the future, as Stockton's growing, I don't know if we're going to be able to continue that relationship. We're extending it now for 5 years, and this is what I shared with you. And I said, they've got some money. They've got a plan A, a plan B. If we joined in some funds, we might be able to do a plan B, bigger, better, more, possibly land. That may not be available. We're not going to waste our time. The land may or may not be a factor. The land may or may not be something we ever take action on. But it's you, Director Cunningham, that said, put this on the agenda. There's a lot of possibilities here. We could even own that and have that could be our own little separate part of an operation, so we always are guaranteed space. I thought, great idea. We're thinking progressive. I love the fact that you had ideas and enthusiasm. Now, how that went sideways and off the rails, and I'm getting negative comments and assertions from your co-director, deputy director, which I understand if there's a change of sentiment. This is here because of you.
So, if I could speak, please. I'm sorry you misunderstood.
There is no misunderstanding. I know exactly what you said to me.
You mentioned the property, and I said if there was opportunity, and I have always referenced back if this meets the needs of the sheriff, if there were some things within the agreement that the sheriff could, there would be some things in the MOU that would possibly have to be changed, but would boil down to dollars and numbers and what made sense from a service perspective. And if there was advantages to the sheriff, from the sheriff has to say that there's an advantage to it. When you brought up about the property, yes, in fact, I said you would have to bring it back to the board because we were being asked to sign a letter of interest. I was not comfortable just signing a letter of interest. That doesn't register for me, especially when this is a city project and not a county project. That is why I said it should come back to this board. And it talked about additional money. There's never been any money set forth with this board as far as what would and wouldn't be put on the table to contribute to this project. Now, I think part of the miscommunication is, I know you and the mayor talk. His staff has the same understanding that I have, that they're not going to use that property. So, and maybe it's better if the city comes here and represent what it is that they want to do, because there's miscommunications. Their staff is telling me they're doing Project C, which does not include anything on that extra piece of property. So then why would we look at it being a viable part of this project at this time?
Because your enthusiasm said, let's put this forward. This could be an option for us to consider. We could own our own piece of land in conjunction to theirs, so we always have a place to bring animals. And it could be a change of sentiment. The situation that we're talking about, and we're going to spend a lot of time, and that's fine, because this is time and resources. And again, I know how or where, I suspect greatly how we went off the rails, and that's fine. But we gave, and we spoke about it, and the Board of Supervisors authorized general services and your general services and sheriff to explore the possibility of a joint partnership. A joint partnership with the City of Stockton for the City of Stockton's Animal Shelter Upgrade Project. Now, I personally know that we're midstream. We haven't seen financials. We represent roughly 30% of the capacity, and we're paying $1 million a year. Do you know in general services, or do you know the sheriff, the $1 million a year we're paying into, and maybe the CAO knows this, because he's just ready to pounce on me, I know that. So of that $1 million, does any of you three have any identified cost of operating that shelter, and the $1 million represents 60% of operating costs? The $1 million represents 10% of operating costs. Does anybody, Sheriff, I'll start with you first. Do you know what that $1 million qualifies in the operating cost?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. General services, do you have an idea at this point? Have you seen the financials of that $1 million we're paying? Is that 10%, 20%, 80% of their operating costs?
I'm waiting to get that from the city.
Excellent, thank you. CAO Wolverdine, very astute, very financially adept, and very diligent, and I appreciate that about you. Do you know the $1 million we contribute last year for 30% of the dogs and the animals that are there? Do you know what portion of their budget that represents?
At this time.
Thank you. So we are incomplete in our analysis to move forward with the city at this juncture. Now, who pays for the property, whether it's us and that's part of our contribution or not, we walk away from it. This is simply a letter of interest that Director Cunningham, you showed me extreme enthusiasm about before somehow we went off the rails. We're midstream. I would just ask this board that we authorize, we can find out that, yeah, we engage with the landlord's representative. This land may or may not be available. They'll say, yes, we like it. No, we don't. We can throw it away. We're not committing any dollars. It's a simple phone call and a follow-up meeting that we're doing anyways because the board on July 11th said that we authorized General Services Department and the Sheriff to explore the possibility of a joint partnership with the City of Stockton for the City of Stockton Animal Shelter Upgrade Project. Upgrade means advanced, new, bigger, better. And the future. We have a growing community. We are the second fastest growing community in the state of California. We have a single animal shelter that's antiquated. They have a pretty high kill rate lately. All we're looking at is what's it look like 10 or 15 years down the road if we participate or not. We're midstream. I would suggest we approve the simple request for a letter of interest. We have a conversation. We find out, do a little analysis on what the value may be. We sit down with the city. We start to qualify what our contribution would be. We renegotiate the terms or not. We're getting a good deal. We're getting a bad deal. We're overpaying. We're underpaying. And we'll decide status quo is fine. 5 years from now, we build our own shelter. Or we've renegotiated, and we've got something for the next 20 years. And that's where I'm at, guys. I'm one of five thinking this is a good idea to move forward. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Patty. CAO.
Thank you, Chair. You had asked a question at that July 11th meeting about the number of animals that were in the shelter. Did we have any volumes? And I know our sheriff, because our sheriff and I have talked about this a couple of times, is the 5-year average is around 29%, which is less than a third. From our budget book, we have the animals that we've been provisioning to the shelter declining from over 2,500 to under 1,200 a year. So we've dropped about 60% in the last 3 years. It seems to be a combination of both some perseverance on the sheriff's part and not bringing as many animals in, as well as some possible rejections of animals that we do bring in. So for whatever reason, the animal volumes are going down. I also wanted to address what Supervisor Ding had asked about, well, what kind of demand would that put on our county staff? Because if we bought the property, we'd have to do something with it. It's not kennel ready right now. It's not like we could just put people out there, and we would have to do that. My understanding is that there are structures on there that would have to be raised, and something would have to be constructed in its place. My understanding also is that the city has no interest in doing that on our behalf, which means it would come through general services. One of the other things that Supervisor Patty had mentioned is some environmental contamination, and he is correct. There is a public notice form here. The public notice period is still through September of this year regarding the remediation of that contamination, just so you know that there are, as Supervisor Patty mentioned, issues with the property. So we would actually have to raise and construct a structure before it would be even operational. And even if we were to go that far, and as I think the sheriff mentioned, we have many projects that are in the ground. We have this new Be-Well thing that you all had approved at the last board meeting. We had a capital facilities meeting about that. That's an unplanned project. We have not planned that in the 5-year plan, but yet we're going to look at drawing down and investing over $100 million out in French Camp. In order to do that, we are going to have to do a lot of re-wrangling around in Ms. Cunningham's department in order to make that happen, and we have a plan to be able to do that. We don't want to disrupt things like that, as Supervisor Ding had mentioned, because we have a lot of irons in the fire. That is a big iron we have in the fire. And even if we were to go down that far, my understanding is that the city of Stockton is not interested in operating this. So we would have to operate it ourselves, which would be on the responsibility of the sheriff's office as we sit. So it was my understanding from talking to Ms. Cunningham, and I don't know how the apparent miscommunication happened between Supervisor Patty and Ms. Cunningham, but with the authority that was provided in the direction from July 11th, we could look at this as it stands already if that was a viable option for us to pursue. Which my understanding is, as Marcia had mentioned, the city is looking at doing a smaller project. And from talking to some city folks, it sounds like they're well underway with that project right now. So those are the only comments that I had.
All right, thank you, CAO. Supervisor Ding.
Okay. Let's see if we can do this. What I heard is I don't think the city is interested. We don't want to commit more resources. We don't want this to be the only thing that this is doing, we've got a fellow colleague who is just asking if we can a letter of interest on a piece of property. It commits us to nothing. It gives us an opportunity to ask, Sheriff's Department, the city of Stockton, and get them involved. And I feel like we're getting way out of the ball here, and we're talking about what we don't like or what we do like at the end of the ball. This is right in line with the conversation we had. It's not committing anything. It's just, an interest in the property. I don't particularly want to manage another piece of property in the county. I would like to talk to the city about, we give you the money, you manage it, we pay you your $300. They might, or $300,000. We might not be on the same page, but I don't really see where this costs us anything. And out of due courtesy to our colleague, I really just don't understand why this is turning into a hoopla here.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Ding. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Things that we do know, there's a high kill rate. We have an old stressed location. There's a limit of numbers of animals. Sheriff, as you pointed out, as our CAO, Wolverine, pointed out that we've reduced, we're not bringing as many animals. So if the animals aren't brought in, they're left, do they magically disappear and reappear somewhere else, or are they getting killed on the road? Are they dealing with food insecurity, safety insecurity, health insecurities, and all these issues that are prevalent for a dog that's stray and running around? There is a plan A, a plan B, and a plan C. We have not made a commitment. We haven't fully fleshed that out for this board to make a decision on this. Mr. Doherty is here. We can address the environmental as well known as stated in the CAO Wolverine has stated. There's documents on it that's all being remediated. You've got the state that is signing off on the environmental issues. We've got ARPA funds that we set aside. I cannot think of better use for ARPA funds to come in than do a joint venture if and only if it pencils out and makes sense. We're midstream. I don't know that we're going to buy the property. We're just going to simply engage. We may pool our money together with the city. We may not, but we may pool our money together, and part of that money is going to go to, and I don't think we should own the land that's inside the city, but part of that money, let's say we come up with collectively $12 or $14 million, 7 from the city, 7 from the county. We have an animal shelter, brand new animal shelter for the next 20, 25 years, whatever we may negotiate. And that pool of money acquires a piece of property. And we consider acquiring a piece of property if it's going to fit into the grand scheme of things. They want to own the piece of property for future growth as our population may get to $1.2 million in the next 1.2 million people in the next 20 or 30 years, which means we would need a bigger shelter. So this is simply, and I appreciate Supervisor Ding, this is simply fully vetting out and exercising the option. We're not asking for too much time. Are you, Director Cunningham, at this time, through the chair, are you 100% fully staffed in your department, or are you still recruiting people, and you might be able to hire 1 or 2 more people to help with the workload, and you guys are, in fact, doing a lot of wonderful things in the county?
Capital is 100% full, but Based on current additional projects that we've had to take on, we will have to be doing some outside contract in order to handle the workload.
Fantastic.
So,
and
yes, but we're having to hire additional staff to continue with the workload, which, remember, just doesn't impact general services. It impacts purchasing. It impacts county council. It impacts CDD.
Sure.
Kind of have that trickle down effect. So
you mean people that work in the county will be doing their jobs, right? That's what we're paid to do. County council has staff to do their jobs. You have people who do your jobs. So I'm going to conclude, Chairman, with this. I think it's worthwhile for us to fully vet this out, bring it back to the board, likely with the city, if we can dot I's, cross T's where it makes sense for the board to consider the next step forward. And I did not imagine that if it is a city project, that we're managing it, we're hiring contractors, we're doing it. It's something that the city will oversee because they've got architectural plans and drawings, they've got the infrastructure, they've got innate knowledge. So I don't imagine this being a fantastic burden that we are constructing the buildings, we are demolishing buildings, we are doing we here in the county. This is a city project. We're either going to join it in some capacity or we're not. We are not fully informed yet to make that decision. And I would ask this board to allow this letter of interest to be added into the equation of conversation. Probably within the next 4 weeks, we could bring back to the board what may or may not be an option to proceed forward. And that's all, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. Supervisor Patty, I appreciate everything you're proposing and everything, but I'd just like to hear from the city of Stockton. If we were to put a letter of interest, why not have the city of Stockton tell us, yeah, if you put a letter of interest, yeah, we'd be interested in operating it. We haven't heard from the city. Why isn't anybody from the city of Stockton here? I don't understand how we're out of nowhere we're thinking about buying a piece of property for the city who's not even asking. They're not here to propose anything. Let's agendize that we have the city of Stockton come give us a presentation on why the county should buy you a piece of property and why and how they're gonna develop it and what are you asking from us and what are the numbers? I mean, that's just common sense. We're going to write a letter of interest for, we don't even know if the city of Stockton's even interested. That's what makes sense to me.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Supervisor Patty.
Yes, through the chair, to answer you, Supervisor Villapudua, on July 11, 2023, the Board of Supervisors authorized General Services Department and the Sheriff to explore the possibility of a joint partnership with the City of Stockton for the City of Stockton Animal Shelter Upgrade Project. Once we're done exploring, then is when you'll have the City of Stockton coming here with a presentation of a joint venture that may or may not, we're not going to say, come give us a presentation when we haven't vetted out that it's positive or negative, worth it for us to do or not. So we have an existing contract. General Services knows what we pay. We have a 5-year extension. The Sheriff's Department knows. We need to fully vet this out, and that's why I'm spending time on it, not the board's time, to see and realize what this is to fulfill the board direction of July 11th to authorize General Services and the Sheriff to explore the possibility of a joint partnership. This is all part of that exploration, and I just would ask for your support to complete that exploration. Thank you.
Vice Chair.
No problem. To the chair, I was just wondering why no representative was here to say that, yeah, we're interested and we'd like to go and do a partnership. That's all I'm asking. I just thought there'd be someone from the city here to speak up. And
yeah, we're halfway there.
But for us to sign a letter of interest, she's saying we might be legally bonded to buy this piece of property. I'm worried about it.
Supervisor Patty, Vice Chair, still the floor. All right, we haven't even hit public comment yet, but one quick question that keeps coming up to our county council: what is a letter of interest purchase a property? What does that mean? What does that do?
Through the chair, it says you may be interested in purchasing the property. There is but you're not committing to doing so. You're agreeing to perhaps have conversations about it.
So no legal binding, nothing that they're going to stop other property, people interested in the property or anything like that, right? So nothing legally binding to us.
That is correct, Chair Rickman, and I would say to the extent Our office is happy to take a look at it to make sure that it doesn't do that, bind us to anything but to explore our interest in the property.
Okay, thank you. That was a question that kept on coming up. And Sheriff Withrow, you stated that you wanted more animal service that you wanted to be responsible for? Is that what you said? Is that what I was getting from?
Review the tape. I believe it was the opposite of that.
I was giving you a bad time. All right, with that being said, I'm going to open up for public comment because we haven't had public comment. So anybody from the public wishing to address the board on this item? No. And no one? I'll bring it back to the board then. And I haven't said too much. Well, actually, I haven't said anything. I mean, I can see it, and I agree. I mean, I agree with everybody. You're talking about being political, right? No, I agree with what Supervisor or our Vice Chair was saying. You know, why haven't we talked to the city, and the city should be here. And I agree with Supervisor Ding. I mean, our colleague wants to do something, and if it's not going to bound to something, should we do it there? But I just have a few concerns of my own. It's if we're going to purchase, and if we're only using 30%, roughly 30%, then why are we putting so much money into this thing? And when the animals are coming, it sounds like from the city of Stockton, should we get a pro rata kind of financial benefit to the county? And if, and this is all ifs, I know we're beyond this, but it has been discussed, if we are, say we do purchase property and we put in millions of dollars, are we going to continue to pay to have our animals there? Is that fair? You know, for the county side of it. Again, we're looking out for taxpayers. And I agree with Supervisor Ding is that last thing I want is have our sheriff department tie down or committing more resources to this project or an animal service, animal services, when we can have these resources out there on the road, out in our community, dealing with crime, dealing with something that affects us all. I think that's one of the top issues, right? And, and just a little side story about this, keeping our sheriff resources where they belong on the road is I got a call from, I just wanted to see what my frame of mind is. I get a call Sunday night from my daughter who is in college, and she gets off work, it's 10:30 in the evening, she gets out of her car, somebody comes up, points a gun at her, and demands, all her belongings, whatever. And she talks to the guy, talks him down, the guy leaves. As a parent, I was just absolutely furious. And, thank God that my daughter is okay. But that just reiterates my point, is our sheriff department, we spend a lot of money on our sheriff's deputies and our sheriff department to make sure their number one mission is to keep our residents safe. And for incidents like that, so we have a quick response. Last thing I'm going to do up here on this board is take that away from our sheriff's department, to take that away from our residents here of San Joaquin County. So with that being said, I would love to hear from the city of Stockton, on what exactly is the plan. But I understand where Supervisor Patty talking about being, looking out in the future. But then my other question is, if we're doing this to the city of Stockton, what if another city comes and asks, for funding? What if the city of Tracy has the animal shelter? I think Lodi does, doesn't it? No? What if they come and ask for money to expand? Then what do we do then? So that's questions I think that need to be addressed, and I don't think it's going to be addressed today. It's something that has to be addressed in the future. So that's where I stand on this issue. Anyone else? Don't see anybody in the queue? Supervisor Ding.
You want me to hit my
No,
queue?
you're fine. I hear you.
This is something we can decide down the road. Just in a motion of compromise, make a motion. Let me make sure I rephrase this right, so we're not committing to anything. We send a letter of interest for the purchase, and that the letter be shared with the city of Stockton and then brought back to the board.
Okay, we got a motion. We have a second?
I'll second.
And before we vote on that, I just want to just clarify this so we don't run into the same problem we're having here today. What exactly does that mean? So you do a letter of interest, you share with the city of Stockton, and then you bring it back to the board, because what does that mean? So do we meet with the property owner? Do we, look at the land, the price? What does all that entail? I just want to clarify that for staff. Yeah, but.
Board for future consideration? So make an amendment.
This is pretty black and white, council. It is a letter of interest. There is no legal obligation, a letter of interest, yes or no?
We discussed that. There is not, Supervisor Ding.
Okay.
What I was saying is, if it goes back and they put a letter of interest to the property owner says, okay, it's $1 million, say, and just throwing out a number, and the city of Stockton goes, well, okay, and then you bring it back to the board. What does this board want to see? That's what I'm saying. Is I don't want to have this conversation again, and what does this board actually want to see?
What I want to see is I want to then take that to the sheriff and say, okay, sheriff, at $489 an animal, are we better off giving the city $500,000 or $1 million or $2 million to build their own shelter? They man it, they operate it, they partner with a nonprofit, and we remove any services from our side. Is it a good investment? Does it keep sheriff deputies on the street? It just gives us another piece of the puzzle to look at.
All right. So what you're saying then, Sheriff, the report's going to become, it sounds like coming from you. That's what I take it.
Yes, it does.
How do you feel about that?
Well,
do you have the resources? Can you do it? Is that something you're willing to do?
Yeah, I'm going to have to get our captain and lieutenants who are in charge of our animal services division to make contact with the city, which everybody's asking for, to find out what their plans are and get them to say, yes, we want to be part in something to do with this piece of property. This is how much it would cost us to use that piece of property. And if we did that, then we would expect the county to partner with us at this layer. We just got to find out, like I said from the start, if it's fiscally smart to do this. So we would have to ask all these questions to the city of Stockton, saying, look, the county has put an interest in on this land. Are you guys interested in partnering with us at all in this?
Yeah.
And if so, do you have the money to do so? And what would that cost? And what would the end cost be for the county?
Think of it as pet alimony.
Now, I don't know if you want deputies asking those questions, or if you want people who are very smart with money asking those questions. But we will certainly ask the questions if that's your direction, and then I would reach out to the CAO's office and Marcia and her team and say, hey, this is what they're telling us. Do those numbers sound reasonable, accurate? Or maybe they come back and say, yeah, we're not interested.
And thank you, Sheriff, for that. At least for me, at the end of the day, like it or not, animal services is under your under your control. So looking at the proper department to do so, I think. But and I stand by for what I said earlier. If it takes one deputy off our roads, I'm not for it. So with that,
we'll get those answers for you if so directed.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Patty.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Let me just bring this back in. We have already July 11th direction from the board that engages the Sheriff General Services to just continue forward. Again, we're midstream. Today is simply the new equation, the new element to this is there's a piece of land that's available. Do we want to add that to the equation or not? So we're simply authorizing through this motion a letter of interest. Doesn't oblige us to anything. Thank you to County Council for clarifying that. And your questions, Chairman, 30% of money, why put any money into this? what percentage of operating costs and things like that, or other kinds. This is all to be discovered and brought back to the board before any other action or dollars are spent. Not one nickel is being spent. A little bit of time of our resources, which we all have some time to do this, for a little bit of conversation. It's pretty simple, just a letter of interest for a piece of property that may or may not be exercised. We're not committing any dollars in any capacity. This is a simple equation addition. That's all.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Patty. Before we go to a vote, just clear for staff that's sitting here, if this passes, you guys understand what the direction of this board is, the confines of it. Yay, I say, speak now or forever hold your peace.
Yeah. Sign the letter of interest and to continue forward with the feasibility study.
All right.
Through the sheriff to bring back a presentation to the board.
Well, and I think we might also add, as the sheriff mentioned, determining the city's level of interest. Yeah. Should we do anything with that property, because that will be the critical variable, I would think. So I think we need to put that in the motion as well.
Okay, hold on.
Hold on one second, yeah. Supervisor Ding. You have something, Sheriff, before?
Yeah, I would just say any conversations we have with the city, we'll get in writing so that we'll be able to bring those back and you'll be able to see what their level of interest are or not, either way.
All right, thank you, Sheriff. And thank you for your patience, Supervisor Ding. It's yours. Good? All right. All right. With that, go ahead and have a vote, please. All right. It's adopted 4-1. I'm sorry, I just lost my page here. All right. Move on to item number 2. Yeah, it was a 4-1. But it was approved. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. All right, move to item number 2. This is from District 5, which is mine. Discussion of funding for the state of the county address.
Yeah.
And this is, whoops, excuse me. I need more than that for me. This is, like I said, it's coming from my office. It's recommendation to approve up to $20,000 for this dollars for the state of the county address on September 19, 2023, and direct staff to take appropriate actions. The reason for the recommendation: the Board of Supervisors traditionally provide the state of the county address. Staff is still in the planning phase, and costs have yet to be finalized due to the timing of the planned address. On September 19, 2023, funding in the amount of $20,000 requested to be allocated for video production and recorded purposes and any other logistic requirements. Fiscal impact, cost of approximately $20,000 associated with the state of the county address can be absorbed within the 2023-2024 Board of Supervisors budget. And action following board approval as directed by the board, the CAO or designated department will make proper budgetary adjustments. Since I did bring this and what the money is for, I mean, we are up to it's like I said before, it's September 19th is the Board of Supervisors, and we will be doing things differently this year than we have done in the past. And there are some costs that we don't know of yet. For example, video protection, meaning if we have it when we have it at the venue, I mean, there's costs associated with somebody recording it. Is there any videos in presentation? There's another cost to that. And there's some other costs that we haven't materialized yet, and that's why it's up to that amount. I know we've done it in the past, in which, I mean, I think since I've been on board, I know Supervisor Patty did it one year when he was on, on a TV screen. Last year we had a Supervisor Wynn, who was chair, just read it, from a piece of paper up here. And, what I want to see is what other cities do. I mean, you look at what City of Stockton does, City of Tracy does, City of Manteca does, is to have a venue. And this year, this District 5, I'm the chairman, it would be in my district, and we are planning to have it at the Grand Theater. And we are partnering with the Chamber of Commerce of Tracy, which they will be hosting the event, so it will be their event, and they're inviting us to do that. And one of the reasons I like this idea and I liked what the cities do, and hey, I've done 4 when I was the mayor of Tracy, is if you see what this board has done, all the good things this board has done, and what all the, not just this board, I mean, yeah, we are the policymakers, but our employees do, and people need to know exactly what the good things that are going on in the county. And this could also be used for economic development purposes. There's a bunch of different things that these State of the Cities do. It gives us, it gives the public a chance to see their county in action. And I think that's something that we have done a poor job with in the past of letting the public know exactly of the good things that we have done. I think it has changed. I mean, you see the board approved and like the public affairs officer for another reason to get information out there. And you talk about transparency. This is another way of being transparent. So it would be on September 19th in the city of Tracy. It's between 9 and 11 a.m. And, we'll have a presentation from, the chair, and the president of UOP will be a guest also to speak, and of course the Chamber of Commerce. So that is the reason I'm asking for the funding. Second here. Supervisor Ding.
Yeah, just shortly, I think there is just nothing cooler than taking government to the people. So I applaud your idea here. Quite frankly, we should do more of it more often. So I'm on board.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Patty.
Yeah, I'm in favor. I'm not sure if the CAO's office or anybody else is objecting to this, but I appreciate it and look forward to going forward and doing something new, different, and better. Shocking, coming from the dais, that somebody here in the county wants to do something new, different, or better. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Supervisor Patty. All right, don't see anybody else in the queue. I'll go ahead and open up for the public. So this time at public comment, anybody from the public wish to address the board at this time? And none, we'll bring it back to the board. And just to let people know, we have been sending out information on that. You can check our county website. We've sent it to different allied agencies and people we are partners with. And again, this is free. I know some cities and stuff charge and stuff like that. We are not. So it is free. I mean, my rationale is you pay your taxes. So you should be able to have, know what your government is doing and not pay an additional. But I want to say thank you to the Tracy Chamber of Commerce, who is doing a lot of the heavy lifting. We'll do the presentation side of it. But, it's so Maria Valenzuela from Tracy, thank you. So Supervisor Patty.
Chairman, motion to approve.
Second.
Got a motion, second. Vote, please.
Or you talk your way out of it.
And is adopted 5-0. All right, I want to say thank you to the board for that. All right, move on to item number 3, which is our CAO. Authorize the transfer of $5,380,000 from the American Rescue Plan Act Fund number 20250 to the County Administrator's budget number 101020000 to fund a capitalized operating subsidy for the acquisition and operation of the Stockton Shelter by St. Mary's Dining Room. 4/5 vote is required. So with that, I am going to turn it over to our CAO, Mr. Wilberding.
Thank you, Chair Rickman. And before we get started, I wanted to make one small modification to the title and the recommendation. I've already run this by council, who was advised it would be appropriate to do this. And the recommendation is being changed as follows, with just one small comment added in. It is recommended the Board of Supervisors authorize the transfer of $5,380,000 from the American Rescue Plan Act Fund 20250 to the County Administrator's budget 101020000 to fund a capital operating subsidy for the acquisition and operation of, and this is the change, shelters that are currently operated by the Stockton Shelter for the Homeless by St. Mary's Dining Room. 4/5 vote required. And the reason is because we're not recommending that they purchase the operation, but that they purchase the shelter assets, and they're going to run them themselves as St. Mary's Dining Room. So that's why I wanted to make the change. Just a little background, and I'm going to turn it over to the St. Mary's Dining Room CEO, Petra Linden, to do a small presentation. But this all came about on Tuesday, July 18th. The city of Stockton was notified by the Stockton Shelter that they were planning to close on or around August 15th of this year. And so a number of us scrambled together on Monday, July 24th, the city and county staff. We met with St. Mary's executives and board. We also met with Stockton Shelter to figure out how we might want to move forward. And as you all may know already, for about the past 10 months, St. Mary's and the Stockton Shelter have been in negotiations to do some sort of a merger, and that had not materialized. So what happened during that meeting was Ms. Linden put together a funding plan, and there was a deficit in order to make this happen. And so we were trying to figure out how we might all come together, and the we being the county, the city, St. Mary's, and also the health plan of San Joaquin on the revenue side, to be able to make this thing work, where we could take advantage of what you all had just approved with the Pathways Project and contribution we made earlier this year regarding that, and formulate a plan where, as Ms. Linden will show, we'll have bed capacity with a navigation center and meal service, et cetera, to serve 820 residents. And so this request is a 3-year funding plan, and it is for the worst case scenario. It is ARPA compliant funding, and as you'll notice, we've listed it as a capital operating subsidy, because typically we would be funding capital improvements on a one-time basis. Because of the very unique and emergency nature of this, we are packaging this as a capital operating subsidy, and it will last for the 3 years. We are sharing it with, as you'll see in the presentation, with the city of Stockton in order to make this happen. And so you'll see this is the $5.3 million ask that we make here. And so, as I mentioned, I've asked Ms. Linden of the St. Mary's Dining Room to provide an overview of the plan, the budget, and the funding details behind this request. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Linden. Thank you.
Good morning. Are we at afternoon yet? I guess good afternoon. So great to see all of you, and thank you for your partnership in this endeavor. I also want to say a special thanks to our board of directors. So Rocio House, who is our board chair, and Peter Ragsdale, one of our board members, are here this morning. So if there's questions, they are available as well to help with that. We can go to the next slide. Oh. We're really looking at this as an opportunity to re-envision how we're doing sheltering in San Joaquin County. To really try to address the underlying issues, as well as taking advantage of some of the new funding that's available through the CalAIM program, through Medi-Cal and Health Plan of San Joaquin. So really, I think this is an opportunity to look at how can we end unsheltered homelessness. And really, there's a few key steps there. The first one is to create enough shelter space. So we know that we're looking at about 1,000 unsheltered homeless individuals currently. And so we know that there needs to be additional capacity for shelter space in our county. And then secondly, making sure that all of those wraparound services that individuals need, the mental health services, are there, as well as substance use treatment available as soon as folks are ready to seek that treatment. And then the fourth step would really be looking at sort of what laws either exist that need to be implemented or what laws need to be changed. And is there a need for advocacy at the state level? Or federal level. And then finally, looking at the fifth step, how do we develop those exits out of homelessness, including job creation, low-cost housing options, so that individuals, if we just keep taking more and more people into the shelter, that's not going to solve the problem. We need to have those exits out of homelessness. So this is our campus, gives you an idea of how we're currently structured. So this property now is going to be all under St. Mary's acquisition, and so the city is transferring, the Stockton Shelter for the Homeless is transferring the lease to St. Mary's Dining Room, and so then this would become our entire campus map. And so looking at the buildings that you see there, the dining room, you'll see our existing dining room and our hygiene center, our social services office. There's also a medical clinic on site that's operated by community medical centers. We have a dental clinic as well. And then, as many of you know, we have the new Pathways units, and so you'll see where that's located. Currently, it's a parking lot, so that's where we're going to be developing the new Pathways units that we've been talking about, those individual modular non-congregate sheltering. And then on the left of the map, you'll see the buildings that are outlined in white. Those are the existing shelter buildings that are currently run by Stockton Shelter for the Homeless. So there's a family shelter, the Women's Lodge and the Men's Lodge, and the Veterans Annex, and then the new Navigation Center that's not yet completed. So between the family shelter, the Women's Lodge, and the Men's Lodge, there's currently about 300 beds between those facilities that's currently open. And so that's how this, so we're really excited because this gives us an opportunity to really integrate services. So having it all under one organization will really allow us to be able to do that comprehensive care and look at each person's individual need as they come in and what's going to be the best placement for them. And so that's where we get to, between these different shelter facilities that will be on campus, we're looking at about a total of 820 beds. So it'll give us an opportunity to say, is there sections of campus that should be reserved for those who are most vulnerable? Is there sections of campus for those who are seniors? Should we do something different for those that have severe mental illness? And we really will have that capacity once we have all of these different types of sheltering units in the same place. So we already have on our campus case management. We have mental health services in partnership with community medical centers and St. Joseph's Behavioral Health Center, as well as county behavioral health services. As I mentioned, there's a medical clinic on site. We also do a lot of benefits eligibility. Our social services team is currently about 15 members that can also respond immediately to any crises that develop. And we'll be adding job training and job placement soon, as well as day habilitation services. And then with the housing navigation, that's the piece that we've added this last year. So that's been wonderful as we're finally able to move people into permanent housing and out of homelessness on a long-term basis. And that's really thankful for the partnerships in our community that really provide those long-term housing options. So if we look at campus-wide, what would this cost, right? To develop this type of a program, what would be the cost there? And so we've laid out, for personnel, non-personnel costs, the total budget would be about $13.2 million for the whole campus for 820 beds, which comes out to a cost per bed per day of about $44, which is very typical for shelters of all sizes and shapes across the country, as well as similar to other shelters within our jurisdiction. And we're looking in terms of how to pay for that, primarily would come through contracts and billing. So that's where Health Plan of San Joaquin and other contracts can come into place to provide for that. And then we currently have a contract with the city for the Pathways project where they're providing subsidy for the first 3 years. And so what we're left with is a gap of about $3.5 million per year annual operating gap. And so that's what we're bringing today for your review, is a request to fund that, help to fund that gap. So the way that we would fund that gap is we're looking at $3.5 million per year. So the city would contribute half of that at a $1.7 million, and then the county's contribution would be the other half of that. So then coming up to a total of the $5.3 million, which would be the capitalized operating subsidy. And so we really realize that this is a unique opportunity with all of the funding partners looking at this together. How do we really address this need and be able to solve that problem? And then I'm happy to take any questions. So.
All right, thank you very much. And I'll bring it back to the board. Don't see anybody in the queue. Oh, actually, Supervisor Canepa snuck into the last second. And that's all yours.
Peter, I just want to say thank you for always answering my phone call this last month. There's been a lot of moving parts, so I want to appreciate your guys and your board's due diligence. Obviously, we honored the homeless shelter board and organization earlier, and I think it was huge. But you stepping up and being able to do this, you know, we had talked and we were looking at one-year funding, and so the thing is how do we get all those wraparound services, you know what I mean, and the people in the area off the streets, I think is the most important part. So when you do this pathways thing, I think one of the most important parts for me is the shelter going to be open longer during the day? Or I think that's part of the problem with the area down there, is that in the morning those folks are you know, required to leave. So that was one of my questions, and I think that would solve a lot of the problems down there. Can you kind of address that, please?
Yeah, absolutely. We do plan to move towards that very quickly to be able to be open 24/7 so folks can just stay indoors. We also have, in the last year, we've developed a day center, which is open for vulnerable populations. So that's women, folks with disabilities, our seniors. And so we need to expand our day center to also provide for everyone to have a place where they can be indoors and accessing job training programs and other things. So that'll be in the works.
Because I mean, this is exciting. This is like the perfect storm. I mean, I don't think a lot of people understand the importance of how this money hasn't come around a lot. I mean, so being able to use ARPA money on that to help support it, I think is a huge step forward. I mean, and we're having a homeless forum on Friday, and I think this is one of the pieces of the puzzle. I still think we're going to need dirt somewhere that, I mean, a lot of folks aren't going to want to go in because of the pets, possessions, and partners. But I mean, addressing that and giving people dignity and some hope, I think is what this will offer. So thank you for stepping up.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Diedrich, you okay over there? Looked like you were praying for a second. You were praying for this to pass?
Yeah.
All right, just checking. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. First off, I'd like to thank you, Director, for keeping Supervisor Canepa tied up all month. This is the first meeting that he hasn't pulled all the consent items off the agenda. Really appreciate that. Rosio, thank you for staying on me. I mean, Rosio was on me the first month I was there. I needed to get out there, and it's the middle of the floods, and then we have mutual family, and so the kids are going, you need to call Roe back, and anyway, been on it. So I finally got out there last week in the middle of this because I had to figure out what Paul Canepa's been doing the entire, very, very impressed. And I'll say the same thing I did during the presentation this morning after, you know, the amount of money, not just locally, state, nationally, that have been thrown at this very important problem. Throwing things against the wall and seeing what sticks. I think people are starting to realize we need to come back home to those programs that are working. Faith-based, Salvation Armies, St. Mary's Dining Hall, Stockton Homeless, they're things that work. And I really appreciated the time you took with me this afternoon or last week along with Nicole. So congratulations and thank you for stepping up.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Ding. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate this step forward. There's some facility upgrades that were needed as you're feeding more people and expanding, and we talked about that with Supervisor Canepa, and I want to compliment and appreciate Supervisor Canepa's diligence, bringing his city experience and working with the county and us doing that ad hoc committee on homelessness, and this culmination of efforts from many people. Not one person could take a victory lap, but a lot of people can run around that track and appreciate the accomplishments moving forward. Are you getting some extra funds for relocating and enhancing the kitchen, the freezer, refrigerators, that whole structure and operation?
The current funding is just for operations, and so there is a need for, as you mentioned, some facilities upgrades going forward, and so we are developing a master plan for the campus. And so there are some immediate needs there in terms of being able to relocate, as you mentioned, some of our facilities so that we're able to maximize efficiency and that direction. Yeah. Yeah. So we're currently looking at about $1 million needed immediately for some of those more immediate items, and then we would be looking at the current facilities, what needs to happen with them. Also, as we're looking to meet the needs of different populations, we might have to have some designated units that are separate from the other populations in order to then be able to maximize billing and things of that sort from those units.
There's a lot coming at you very quickly, so congratulations on taking on this Herculean type of endeavor. I have to tell you, I appreciate the shift in our county that we even have a presentation that doesn't say housing first. We have a step one, create the right number of and type of emergency shelter beds for everyone who needs one. Step two, provide free and accessible wraparound services, including mental health services, essential and vital, of course. Number three, make substance use treatment service available immediately when people seek help. This is something that Supervisor and Chairman Rickman, day one, said the services that are needed. Step four, advocate for necessary change in state and federal laws to enforce applicable local laws, absolutely. And step five, develop exits out of homelessness, including jobs and low-cost housing options. And thank you. I'm glad that Mr. Ragsdale is part of your team, but I am thrilled that in the last 2 years we have made a shift from housing first is the true pathway to end homelessness, and that's all we focused on. When I was chairman, we were able to take this discussion on, and we see that there's been a fantastic pivot and your steps forward. I do have, through the chair, a couple questions for CAO. Going back a couple years ago, I worked with Chairman Rickman at the time, and we had engaged with Lodi, Manteca, Tracy, and put together shelter plans. And then there was 2x2 discussions done with the city of Stockton to incorporate exactly what's being done now, that parking lot in front of that's now looked at for the shelters. And we brought forward a plan for $6.5 million, if memory serves me correct. $2 million was going to be for a sprung structure housing roughly 300 people. $4 million was going to be for operating costs. Now we've done the $6.5 million. The total cost of the campus is north of $10 million. We're doing another $6 million for operating costs, which is exceeding that $6.5 million that priced out at the time for operating expenses over the next few years. So we're making that commitment now. But at the time, CAO Wolverdine, you had struggled with it and you advocated and you were very proactive at stopping it. You said no ARPA funds were available to be used. You disagreed with the city that the city had identified they could use ARPA funds. You, in your diligence, worked hard to prove and negate the use of ARPA funds. And then secondly, you felt that there wasn't a sustainable model and you were steadfast against it. And again, you worked very diligently to torpedo what was necessary as a 4-1 vote. And so only 3-2 passed. And so it didn't carry the day. But here we are a couple of years later, twice the cost. And it's something that you're in favor of. So I was just curious, what's changed?
What's changed is it's a completely different program and plan than what was presented 2 years ago.
How so?
St. Mary's is running it. The Stockton shelter is being absorbed by it. And the plan that was presented, and I believe it was June 8th of 2021, if memory serves, was for more than the $6.5 million that we wound up provisioning. There was a package that was put on the table at part of that agenda that I believe was $18 million and got upped during the course of that meeting to $25 million. I would have to go back, but I believe those are the numbers.
I don't recall those numbers, but you might have a better memory than me. 25 million would be exceptionally high. I don't recall that at all. Okay, I was just curious, but yeah. Did they change the parameters of ARPA? Because back then
they did.
You were steadfast that it couldn't be used, but the city was using ARPA funds and had dedicated that money?
Over the course of the 2 years of the ARPA funds that we got, there was an interim rule that lasted, and I would have to ask Sandy Regallo about the details because she's our expert, but it did evolve over the course of those 2 years, and then there was a final rule that came out that was much more liberal than the interim rules at the end. So that's what happened.
Well, I'm glad we're able to evolve. I'm glad we're able to enhance what would have been St. Mary's Run project 2 years ago, and now St. Mary's project, but it's bigger, of course, and we like bigger, better, newer, and doing more services. And so we appreciate the effort, the work, and the culmination bringing all this together through multiple efforts and departments, agencies, city, county, collaboration. But the work is going to be on St. Mary's. So we're here rooting you on and appreciate that we can support you. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Petty. Before we go to public comment, I know Senator Gall is here. Can you come back and break the whole entire of ARPA? I'm just joking with you. I got to give you a bad time a little bit. All right. With that being said, nobody else in the queue, and open up for public comment. Anybody from the public wish to address the board on this item? And no one? Sheriff Withrow, would you like to come? I'm just messing with you. All right. I'll bring it back to the board. All right. Just real quickly, and I had an opportunity. Well, Peter, thank you very much for, I know that 2 weeks ago, I stopped by and got a tour of the place, and you guys do a fabulous job. And it's not just this board saying this. I mean, you know, the word on the street, you can say, anytime you hear about your organization, you hear positive things. So you guys have an excellent track record. So if there was anybody that's going to be taking this over, you know, I think we're all very glad it's you. And like, I think it was Supervisor Patty was just mentioned, you know, there's going to be some heavy lifting, but you guys have a great staff and a great track record. So, you know, we have the utmost confidence in you, of course, and of your staff. Also, you know, this is just another example of, you know, the county and the city and, you know, a nonprofit, you know, working together to get things done. And when we talked about homeless, and Supervisor Patty mentioned it earlier, you know, there was that one time you had organizations just, you know, this is our piece of the pie, and we're not going to work with anybody else. You know, cities were working with the city by their own self, the counties are working with the county, so there's different pockets. But approximately, you know, 2.5, 3 years ago, that changed. You know, we started reaching out, and we know, you know, homelessness is not just a city problem, it's not just a county problem, it's all of our problems. And if we are going to fix what's out there and help folks, we all have to come together, you know, government, private, nonprofit, working together. And this is just an example of that. I know, hey, when this broke about the Stockton shelter, I got a call from the governor's office, and I know he was looking at what was going on here in San Joaquin County. And, you know, I couldn't give him much information then, but I can tell you now, I'm pretty sure, you know, he sees what's going on here in San Joaquin County, and it's a good thing. And one thing, you know, what Supervisor Patty just mentioned, you know, I love about St. Mary's is, you know, it's been a year or two since I've been down there. And when I went down there, and just, you know, people don't realize, I mean, you walk there, I mean, they have everything. I mean, my God, you have a dental chairs, a dental building where people, folks that haven't had, you know, their teeth worked on can go in and get help. And the same with the medical, food. I mean, it's just, you guys are doing a great job. I can't say enough about you. And I want to say thank you to, you know, Supervisor Canepa too. I know you've been working hard on homelessness, so we appreciate it. And I know your community, you know, appreciates it also. But with that being said, you know, I think using the ARPA funds is a great use of these funds. It's not going to affect our general budget as much or at all eventually. But my question is to everyone, or to, I guess, our CAO, is this going to be an ongoing cost in perpetuity, or there's going to be funding that's going to be able to be used, either state, fed, private, whatever it may be, to bring that down so we don't have to realize this obligation every single 3 years?
Chair Rickman, that's an excellent question. And as I think I mentioned briefly in my opening comments, that the 3-year subsidy was a minimum funding. Having talked with Ms. Linden, they may be able to stretch it out depending on augmenting their revenue sources and maybe streamlining some of their projected costs. It's my understanding she was being conservative in what she pulled forward. It could be 4 to 5 years out, and what we're hoping is we will be able to find new sources of revenue, et cetera, to be able to plug a gap. And if the gap is small, it would be in the out years, and it would be, I don't know where we would be looking at that point, but it would definitely not be the amount of money that we're using for the initial subsidy.
All right. No, that's good. I mean, as long as we have that in front of us and
Can I add something to that?
Yes.
Okay. I do think that it's important to understand there is no current subsidy stream for sheltering. It's not like a lot of other kinds of programs. And so that's why we're having to be very creative in terms of how can we access other types of funding streams that aren't dedicated to sheltering per se. So I'm part of I'm co-chair of the sheltering committee with the Continuum of Care. And that's one of the things we're looking at too. How can we maximize existing funding streams, still recognizing that there's a need for ongoing, payment for these types of services.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. If we're done with discussion, I just make a motion to approve.
A motion, got a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Can I get a vote, please? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were coming up here and going to say a few words.
I just want to make sure that that's a motion to approve as amended by the CAO's office, correct?
Motion maker?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Second.
And we got a second by Supervisor Canepa. And a vote? And is adopted 5-0. Peter, thank you very much. Congratulations. Your prayers work back there, Mr. Diedrich. Good job.
Yes. Director Dietrich, would you stay a moment when the meeting's over? I had a follow-up discussion with you. Thanks.
It'll only take about an hour and a half. All right, move on to item number 4. Approve revision to section 515 of the County Administrative Manual. Delegate authority to the San Joaquin General Hospital Chief Executive Officer to execute managed care agreements. Ms. Castro, welcome. If you want to sit over there, if you don't have to stand.
Okay, I can stand.
All right.
I've been sitting for a while. So good afternoon, Board.
Yeah.
Chairman Rickman, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, County Administration. So we're here really just to maybe expedite the way that we do things to, in a sense, enhance our income for no real extra. And this is in regards to managed care contracts. We wait now for those managed care contracts to go through the board. That time frame costs us money. In my history, when I look back and talk to my contract person, there's never really been a time that these contracts came up for discussion. We understand them very well. From my perspective, we always look at Medicare as a standard when we price these contracts out. And the opportunity really is for us to, without doing anything more than allowing us to approve the managed care contracts and not wait for them to go to the board, to increase our revenue with no effort, to the tune of about $250,000. And it's just a timing thing. So we can go through the slideshow if you'd like, but that's I could tell you're getting tired. It's getting close to lunch. Like I said, we know these contracts really well. We bring them to the board. They're passed unanimously from what I've heard all the time. So we're just trying to enhance our revenue by about $250,000 by expediting them, allowing me approval to sign them prior to taking them to the board. They'll always come to the board either quarterly or biannually. And like I said, it can improve our opportunities to the tune of about $250,000 annually.
All right, thank you. Bring back to the board, and board have any questions?
It's always good to go last because everybody's ready to rock it.
Move to approve.
Second. Okay. Yeah, we will get a motion in a second, but we do have public comments. We'll open up for the public. Anybody from the public wishing to address the board on this item?
No.
Somebody could be in the hallway waiting for this exact moment to bust through those doors. And all right, seeing no one, bring it back to the board. We got a motion and a second. Vote, please.
Who was the second on that? I heard both Ding and Villapudua.
The super or vice chair was it? Were you? Yeah, you're the second. The Villapudua, V-I-L-L. No. All right, it is adopted 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Castro.
Thank you guys very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, before we go to closed session, we have a Board of Supervisor comments and committee reports. Anybody in the queue here? We'll go to Supervisor Canepa.
So just a few ribbon cuttings. Obviously, there was a Central Valley allergy and Moore's Karate where Supervisor Ding and I went to, and their air conditioning wasn't working, so it was quite the experience. At Moore's, they celebrated new ownership. We did the Ports game, so I want to thank HR for inviting us. It was a great turnout that day for the Ports game. And so I appreciate that, and being able to have camaraderie amongst us all is a valuable organization lesson. So thank you so much for that. The Moonlight Gala, Vice Chair was the president of the Moonlight Gala Cancer Society. Great event, very well done, Vice Chair Villapudua on that. Went to ribbon cutting for, it was BWIT, Black Women Invest, and I don't know what the T stands for. They have a home for 5 disadvantaged youth. I also want to thank the probation department for the tour out there. They, with open arms, showed me all the operations and all the great programming that's going on there. We also met with the public defender and went out, and because they were talking about the mosquito vector spraying, and on their website, there's actually a place that you can go to get phone notifications if you're not computer savvy. So we went out there, and their public information officer, I knew him from St. Mary's High School. They do a great job. So if there's any questions or concerns about when they spray, what chemical it is, and how long it lasts on the ground or in the air, they're more than willing to answer any questions. So they're just a phone call away. So Patricia Barrett that one day was here. So I figured, hey, I better go check it out. They also gave me the tour and did a great job. So, and they're doing great work controlling the mosquito population. The diversity mixer, the Port of Stockton threw that with all the different chambers. And that was a beautiful event, cooled off, nice breeze. And then also Vice Chair made his pozole for Carl Ross Post for the Toys for Tots. I don't know how this guy does it. I mean, got married, made pozole. I mean, I don't think he knows how to say no, and that's probably what makes him a great human being. So congratulations on your marriage on Saturday night.
Thank you.
And many years of happiness. So I'll stop at that. Thank you, Chair.
Appreciable.
All right, thank you. Who else would like to go? Seeing nobody else in the queue.
I'll go real fast. Can I go real fast?
Sure. Vice Chair, it's all yours.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and I appreciate the comments. Supervisor Campbell, I did get married, and I appreciate everybody who was there, being there, and it was a great night. Appreciate everybody who attended the gala for cancer. I think the whole board was there, and I was very proud that you guys all showed up and supported the event. And yeah, we did make pozole for the veterans, and it was neat. They made some money, and it was a great Sunday. I wasn't there, but I did cook. So, anyways, I would like to make a statement, but I would like to make it as in a form of an agenda. I like to agendize an item. I'd like to make a statement, and if you like it, I'd like to put it on the September 12th agenda. Let's start here. So, I would like to agendize for consideration for the September 12th, 2023 board meeting, discussion and possible direction to Human Resources or County Council or other staff, as the board may decide to hire a consultant to update and revise as necessary the County Board of Supervisors Code of Ethics and related conflict of interest policies. As part of that discussion, we should consider having the consultant analyze how these existing policies have been applied, given the change in the composition of the board and its improved dynamics. I think it's appropriate to revise these issues, which were last updated at our February 9th, 2021 board meeting, in which 2 of the 5 supervisor positions were held by different members. So I'd like to, you guys consider that as a motion. I'm looking for September 12th, 2023.
I would second that motion since I was on the receiving end of a lot of bad behavior from 2 supervisors. So I'll second that motion.
All right. Do we even have to take a motion on this? I mean, what's the rule to bring something back? Is it 2? Is there a majority? Is there even have something?
Well, Supervisor Rickman, as I understand the motion, it's a motion, so yes, you can act on it. It can also be agendized just with a board letter. And I would say even if the motion passes today, we would still be looking for a board letter that kind of explains and goes into detail.
I spoke to our county council, Ed, and he basically said I can put it on the agenda as long as I get a motion and we have 3 votes. Great.
All right, I guess we'll do a motion on it then, or excuse me, a vote. Go ahead and vote. As adopted, 5-0, and it will be coming back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Speakers, Supervisor Ding.
Just real quickly, congratulations on your wedding. I think she'll appreciate your cooking, getting everything done there for her. We had, I'm just going to mention one thing, I go through everything from the week, but we had a fabulous cleanup day in Lockford this past weekend with the Sheriff's Department, Public Works. It was just, they collected 3 times more than they normally had, and it kind of goes back to our ongoing discussion. We have communication dilemmas. How do you get the word out? When I was a kid, if you had 3, 10, 13 and the record, you knew everything that was going on. So we're having problems with that there as well. The amount of electronics and dishwashers and stuff that would normally be found on the side of the road was incredible. We had 70 hauls in, pickup trucks full going in. So anyway, great job to everybody, and I just wanted to thank all those involved.
Cool. Thank you, Supervisor Ding. I don't see anybody else. Supervisor Patty.
Thanks, Chair. Must be a malfunction on the computers here. Appreciate that. Speaking of malfunctions, I want to bring, we have IT here. Seems to be a microphone over here that fades in and out. And we had Director Sokol speaking into the microphone, and sometimes his voice was fading in and out. I don't know what, I heard at one point we're going to be getting an upgrade or new, improved something, working at the speed of government that might be in the next 5 years. It seems to be the pace for our new certificates that we put in motion 3 years ago. But that's just something that helps us and for prosperity of people to listen. It'd be nice if we get those upgrades. I've got to compliment the board. Last board meeting, we stayed the course on the possibility of a vocational education program, a joint venture. There was some discussion to try to sidetrack it, that there wasn't a need. Following that meeting, CAO Wilverdeen, Probation, Chief Jackson, and our WorkNet Director Patty Vergan got together. And in the meeting, I heard all of the A, there's funding available, and B, there's a great need that's unmet here in San Joaquin County and in Stockton. So some good constructive conversation for that. So that's fantastic that we're moving forward and gathering more information to bring back to the board. We all attended, most of us attended the 8th annual County Night at Stockton Ports. I brought a young business professional from Manteca. He's one of the ambassadors that's selected after an audition process, and he's a fine young man attending high school. He's the Manteca Youth Ambassador. So we were able to throw out the first pitch, myself, Supervisor Villapudua, and Supervisor Chairman Rickman. Clearly, I was faster, more accurate, and a dead strike across the plate, but the others did a nice effort, and it was noted at their attempt to do a nice pitch. We did have, on a serious note, we had a meaningful conversation with convenience store owners at Mountain Mike's on Wilson Way. We had roughly 100 plus convenience store owners concerned about the robberies, some of the physical threats, the financial loss. District Attorney Freitas was there. He gave an update on what was going on, the efforts that are being taken. There is a law being pushed through by retailers that'll be on the ballot apparently this next election cycle to reverse some of the revisions that were made that have allowed this theft up to $950. So that's in motion and something we can hopefully get behind, because we know our small business owners are under physical threat and financial duress going through that type of repetitive exposure with theft. Congratulations to Supervisor Villapudua, not only on the Midnight Gala, an incredible effort. They've break the records every year with our Vice Chair at the helm, bringing forward family and friends and great support from the community. You might even have a dollar number. I don't know if that's tallied yet, but incredible effort. And then followed by his marriage to a beautiful young lady that he's known for nearly 3 decades, and he finally saw the light and realized this gal's a keeper, as she is a wonderful addition to your life in so many capacities already. Lastly, this last weekend, myself, Chairman Rickman, attended the Sheriff's Canine Duke Memorial fundraiser. They had roughly 450 plus people packed in, biggest attendance ever, in full support of the canine unit. I'm uncertain if anybody else was able to swing by, but they appreciated us being there, and that was a fantastic night in conjunction with so many other things going on. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Patty, and I'll wrap this up. And of course, congratulations to our Vice Chair on his wedding. I thought you'd be on your honeymoon. Yeah. Also want to give a shout out to, of course, South County Fire and our fire departments and personnel throughout San Joaquin County that are being deployed into Southern California and San Diego because of what's going on there with the hurricane and the rain and so on. So we wish them well and Godspeed. Also, I remember something a little bit differently. Supervisor Patty mentioned the Ports game, and I know Supervisor Miguel or Vice Chair, him and myself, we made it across the plate, and we kept on telling Supervisor Patty it's not bowling, but but no, hey, all three of us got it across the plate, and this just in, but talk about pressure throwing that first pitch, and Supervisor Canepa was there. Also want to give a shout out to Siraj from Troop 53, Boy Scout Troop 537 in Tracy. He just had the honor of being, or obtaining the rank of Eagle Scout. So shout out to him and his family. We talked about the K-9. That was always a good group of folks, and thank you for our K-9. And just goes to show you, it was just months ago, and I was talking to our sheriff about it, and this is why it's so diligent. You have to be so diligent in this position, and of course, the sheriff's position. Earlier this year, when one of the assembly members, our assembly bill, tried to get rid of our K-9s, and we were the first county in the state of California who filed a letter against that. So it worked out. That bill ended up dying, and we were able to have a great night with the K-9 units in the Sheriff Department. And so thank you to those deputies and, of course, the K-9 themselves. I also attended the Boys of Fall Tracy High football fundraiser. Of course, I'm an alumni, Go Bulldogs. And just wanted to bring that up because football's in the air now. So you got nothing to do on Friday nights. Go out there and support your local teams. We had a couple of different things going on. I want to say thank you to the San Joaquin Grand Jury Association for the invitation to speak with them. Always a great pleasure. What else here? Oh, and lastly, 2 weeks ago, the days are just flying right on by, but the new CHP station in Tracy opened up. Over there, the new CHP station, if you've ever been there, it's not off of Grant Line Road anymore. That building was there since like the 70s. It was like a closet versus the new station off of Pescadero. It's been 15 plus years in the making. And so you ever get a chance, go check it out. I don't think you can walk in or anything, but if you do, just leave my desk alone You know, you can look outside and go walk in the lobby. But it's a great facility that'll serve the Tracy community and San Joaquin County as a whole for 30 plus years and let that department expand. Also, yeah, the 36th annual Moonlight Gala, you know, Vice Chair, you did a great job, and so on. And the whole time he just kept on, you know, and we knew you were getting married because you kept on, you know, oh, I love you, and, you know, stuff like that. So, but I think that is it. With that being said, I just want to say thank you to the deputies for being here every week. You know, we appreciate it. And with that, we're going to go into closed session. You have anything? Well, before we go to that, I just want to remind everybody we have a special meeting. It will be scheduled August 29th at 10 a.m. So, do you have anything in closed session, Counselor?
Yes, the board will now meet in closed session on items 1, 2, and 3 listed on the agenda. We do expect an announcement out of closed session.
Okay. So, we will adjourn to the regular scheduled meeting to August 29th at 10 a.m. special meeting, and our next regularly scheduled meeting will be Tuesday, September 12th at 9 a.m. But we will.
Through the chair, I think we're going to have to come back after.
We are going to come back. Okay. Well, we'll probably be back. What do you guys want to do? You guys want to go right in? Or you guys want to take like a come back, go eat lunch, go to closed session at 1:30? 20 minutes. So 1:15. All right, folks. Thank you, everybody.
Testing, test. Testing, testing. Testing, testing, 1, 2.
All right, good afternoon. We were just returning from closed session. We do have one item of report, so I'm going to turn it over to our county council.
Thank you, Chair. In a unanimous vote, the board has authorized the county to initiate an action in one case. Once formally commenced, the identities of the defendants and other particulars shall be disclosed to members of the public upon inquiry, unless doing so will jeopardize the county's ability to effectuate service of process or jeopardize settlement discussions.
All right, thank you, County Council. We don't have to have a vote on that. We already did. So we will adjourn this regularly scheduled meeting. It is 3:04. Thank you, everyone.